they have sold 15,000 tickets for tonight's Raw, which I think is around the same sort of number that they managed to sell for Survivor Series. So it's going to be an absolutely magical night tonight. It's going to be something very special. Even if the rest of the show is going to underwhelm, which I don't know that it is, but even if the rest of the show is going to underwhelm, we're still going to get that CM Punk moment. CM Punk in Chicago is about as good as it gets. So it's going to be real, real special. And not only have we got CM Punk in Chicago, we know that Drew McIntyre is in Chicago as well. So I don't know if you saw the clip. It's done the rounds on social media. It will be included in Unseen later. But Drew McIntyre goes to Mindy's Bakery. He went to Mindy's Bakery. They were closed, but he went there to try and troll, and really fun, just really, really fun. I love the trolling job that is being done at the moment by Drew McIntyre. Of course, Mindy's Bakery with the brawl out. You might remember CM Punk eating those muffins, giving a shout out to Mindy's Bakery. That was during AEW's Brawl out. And, Drew McIntyre paid them a visit. So we know that Drew has been trolling CM Punk. We know that Drew is very excited about tonight's show. He is sure to get involved somewhere. I expect him to come down and make his presence felt somewhere. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm very, very excited for that segment. Don't know what Cody's going to do. Obviously, we're going to get a Cody segment. Match-wise, let's just do the official preview and then we'll jump into the chat. So tonight, we've got CM Punk returning to Raw and to Chicago. Jey Uso is going to be taking on Shinsuke Nakamura. Sami Zayn is going to be battling Big Bronson Reed. Nile takes on Candice LeRae. Ricochet is looking to get payback on JD McDonagh. And as we said, it was meant to be Andrade taking on Ivory, but there was an announcement from Adam Pearce that Ivory is not medically cleared. And so, card subject to change, he's going to be taking on Giovanni Vinci now. So he's taking on Giovanni Vinci instead. The mic is sounding weird, is it? The mic's sounding weird. Why is the mic sounding weird? Let's try the old unplug and plug back in then, shall we? All seems to be coming through. Let me see if I can reset it and we'll see if that fixes anything. There's nothing to reset. Well, this is an exciting development, isn't it? Let's redo it. Is that still weird? Let's have a look. How about that setting? Is that better? Better? Or worse? I feel like an optician. Do you ever do that when you go to the optician? They're like, better? Or worse? Better? Or... My optician speaks to me like I'm 5 years old. Is it better? Or worse? They always say it like that. I don't know why. Much better. Let's go. There we go. There we go. Well, that was an exciting little journey into technical difficulties, wasn't it? It was a little bit echoey, like lots of reverb. Don't know. I do have a bit of trouble with this cable, to be honest, because this microphone is a fantastic microphone. But for the longest time, we only had it plugged in with one cable, which is fine. You are allowed to do that. But it kept clipping whenever I went loud. Like, it would cut off whenever I went loud. So I started plugging in, like, both cables, and it's been so much better. But now one of the cables keeps sort of failing, so... don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but hopefully that is gonna hold. So, yes, anyway, it sounds like I was coming through, just maybe a bit reverby. That's the breakdown of the show tonight. CM Punk in his hometown of Chicago. Jey Uso taking on Shinsuke Nakamura. Sami Zayn battling Big Bronson Reed, Ivy Nile taking on Candice LeRae, Ricochet taking on JD McDonagh, and Andrade battling Giovanni Vinci rather than Ivar. It's Henry said, where is Raw going to be in the coming months? Where do you want Raw to be in the coming months? Well, I think they're all sorted, to be honest, in the coming months. I'd imagine they're just going to the different states around America. I mean, if I could choose for it to go anywhere, I'd love to go to Africa. I'd love to go to India. I'd love to go to Japan. I'd love for it to start really going around the world, you know? I think that if ever WWE is in town, there's always a buzz, there's always an excitement. We saw what it meant to the people of Australia when we went over there and we did Elimination Chamber, we did a press conference, and so many people came out. You know, they could be doing that for Raw each week, because if you go to Australia, like, people are going to want to go to WWE if you give them a good enough, like, you know, card. If you give them a good, juicy card, people will turn out. Granted, you know, there's going to be weeks where you're just going around America. But if we went to India and we really tailored the card to kind of feature a lot of the Indian talent, or we go to Japan and we feature a lot of the Japanese talent, or we go over to Australia like we did and we featured a lot of the Australian talent, like, we could really be doing some exciting Raws. I really think that that's a missed opportunity, to be honest. It would cost a bit, though. It would cost money, you know. Probably from a cost-effective point of view, they're thinking it wouldn't be worth it. But I don't know. I think we've got to start looking global. I think that in this day and age with streaming platforms and the internet, WWE is bigger around the world than it's ever been. And I think that those fan bases need to be served as well. So I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you make sure that America is still treated with, you know, the utmost respect and given the lion's share. But equally, you know, let's get out there. Who wouldn't love to see a Raw from Japan? Come on, that's going to be awesome. Do you remember when they went over there and did Beast in the East? They did a little special over there. It's such a random show. It wasn't a pay-per-view. It was a network special. It was just this random show. Very much like when they did that Indian superstar spectacle or whatever it was. Again, do you remember that? That was a random show as well. That was only a few years ago where we did like a load of Indian stars. And I think it was shown in India, but you could watch it on the network as well. And it had like these unknown Indian wrestlers taking on like Finn Balor and whatever. I mean, just how random was that now? Looking back at it, just random. And we did Beast in the East. That was a show where Brock went over to Japan. I mean, you must be going back about 9 years now for that, you know. We had a title change over there. I'm sure that's where Finn Balor won the title, the NXT title. We put an NXT match, Kevin Owens versus Finn Balor. We had Kofi Kingston against Brock Lesnar. We had Nikki Bella against, I think, Tamina and Paige in a triple threat for the women's title. And I think John Cena and Dolph Ziggler were in a tag team in the main event. So, yeah, it was random, man. It was really random, but really cool at the same time. I'd love for us to start going over abroad. Right, let's get into the super chats. See a few super chats coming in. Ashton, shout out to you. Said, is it true that The Rock is making a surprise appearance? Don't know. How do we know? So this has come from a message that someone has put online where their friend received an email, apparently from WWE, where this person said, we need a Raptor car, right? Because we want The Rock to arrive in it during Raw. Now, I've never seen an email like that before, so I don't know if that's how they would go about doing it. I don't know why this person's friend would be contacted. I don't think they specified as to what their friend did. I mean, obviously, if their friend was kind of in the industry, then that might add a bit more weight to it, it would seem like a pretty elaborate thing to lie about. If you're going to lie, I think you really have gone above and beyond to make up this email, because they do show the email. And apparently WWE sent a message saying we need a Raptor car, we need it for Raw, we need it for Chicago, The Rock's going to arrive in this car. So I must admit, I'm looking at it going, I really don't know on this one. I don't know. I can't give you an answer on it, because that's literally all we've got to go off. And I don't know if it's trustworthy or not. I have no idea. No one's been able to confirm it. No one's denied it. And the only thing I would say is that it would be a bit of an elaborate thing to make up, wouldn't it? It would be a pretty crazy thing for someone to go to those lengths to make up. I mean, they really have gone all out there by typing out the email and doing the video and everything. So, don't know. I'm probably leaning towards there being something in it, but it could be just a load of nonsense. I mean, it doesn't take that long to type up an email, does it? It doesn't take that long to, with AI, I'm sure that it'll do it for you. So if you really wanted to create some fake news, then, you could easily do that, of course. So I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. But no idea if it's true or not. Aaron, shout out to you, said, do you remember I said I would pay whatever Drew wants, and you said he's good, but I wouldn't break the bank? Is your opinion changed? Do you know the Muffin Man is back tonight? Yes, the Muffin Man. Aaron, shout out to you. My opinion hasn't changed. I think that I wouldn't break the bank in the sense of I'm not going to go crazy and just throw millions and millions at him. I know what I can get out of Drew, and I think what I can get out of Drew is certainly he can be a champion, certainly he can have a run with the belt, but I don't see him being a face of this company. Right? I don't see him being a face of it. I think that he can be in the mix along with a lot of others. And for me, he should be priced accordingly, right? I don't know what Seth is on. I don't know that I would have Drew on that number, but I would have Drew around that number. I would not have Drew on Roman's money, right? If Drew's looking for Roman's money, no, I'm not. No, I'm not doing that. But I would have him around, say, Seth's money. So I think, for me, I'm going to be giving him a fair offer. I'm going to be giving him, when I say fair, I mean really fair. I'm not lowballing him. I'm giving him the kind of money that Seth would be on. I'm giving him above Kevin, above Sami, above Shinsuke, above AJ. I'm putting him kind of around Seth's level. I mean, he is facing Seth at WrestleMania. Seth is below Roman, though, in that pecking order. So I think it comes down to what is breaking the bank. What does breaking the bank look like? I think we did look at some salaries, and I think he's on like $1 million or something. And I think Seth's on, I want to say about 3 million. So, as I said, I'd be looking to get him to say 2 million. So, if I went in and went, I'll double your money, I'll give you 2 million, and then see where we go from there. If he says, like, no, I want 5, I'm struggling now. Because now, he's getting paid more than Seth, and, we've got a pay structure that we want to try and stick to. If I go giving Drew 5, well then, what am I going to have to pay Seth when it's time to renew his contract? What am I going to have to pay Kevin Owens? Everything crumbles down then. So I think from a business point of view, I'm trying to keep it obviously as tight as I can, but as fair as I can as well. And for me, if Drew is not being paid as, one of the top guys, well, then we definitely need to fix that. So that's a hard one to answer, to be honest. It's a hard one to answer because I don't know quite what breaking the bank looks like. I think it's I think it's about everyone being treated on their own individual basis, looking at the pay structure, thinking about where they would sit in that structure, whereabouts you pitch them, what you think you can get out of them, and then paying them accordingly. And then whatever it is they're demanding, seeing if that fits in within the structure that you've got. Plus, also, you need to know what budget you're dealing with. You can't just hand out millions. If I double Drew's money, what does that leave me, like, pot-wise for everybody else? You know? Again, without that information, I don't know. But this is work that I've done in the past when I worked in retail, is look at salary scales and things along those lines. So this isn't something that's alien to me. So I don't know. It's easy as a fan to sit here and go, yeah, pay him 50 million. Do you know what I mean? As a fan, it's easy to go, yeah, let's go mental. But the real world's a little bit different to that. So I would be using that structure. I'd want to know and have a good idea of what my budget are. What, you know, I need to know kind of what I'm paying the others as well. I need to know that I don't want to break any kind of barriers. So probably a bit more of an answer there than you was expecting. But Aaron, I hope you are well, my friend. And the Muffin Man is back tonight. I don't even know who the Muffin Man is anymore. It was CM Punk, but then Drew went to Mindy's Bakery today. So it might be Drew. So I have no idea who the Muffin Man is right now, but it's going to be a lot of fun. You can tell that there's a buzz around for tonight. It's always great when we get these kind of shows because you can just tell there's a bit more of a buzz around, and there's definitely a buzz around this. I mean, 15,000 people being there for Raw. That is not a weekly occurrence, right? That is not something that we normally get. I don't know what the average is, but I want to say about 8 to 9, kind of around 8, 9, that sort of ballpark. So 15 is like massive. So yeah, it's going to be loud, exciting. It's going to be a lot of fun. So Aaron, really appreciate the support, dude, and I hope you are settled in and ready for what should be a really good show. Lance said, did you see the video of Drew at Mindy's Bakery? I did, yeah, I did. It was very good. Really good. He sort of pranked himself, though, by the fact that he didn't check if they were open. So I did kind of think it was funny that he drove all that way, got there, did his little cheeky filming, and then they were closed. So he did sort of prank himself. But other than that little oversight, it was very good. I wish he could have gone in, because could you imagine the conversations he could have had with the people that work there? Could you imagine him walking in? And ordering from Mindy's Bakery and asking them what they think of CM Punk and then telling them they're wrong. He could have had a lot of fun there. So you know that he was excited as he was driving over to that place, only to then find out it was closed. He did sort of play himself a little bit. But no, very good, very good. His social media game is absolutely fantastic, as we keep saying. Him and Dijak, they're the two that you really need to follow. Him and Dijak are two of the absolute best. Chelsea Green's brilliant as well. Obviously, if you've been watching Unseen, you'll know that these are people that feature quite a bit. In Unseen, we do basically, it was a series that was based on stuff that wasn't on the shows. So the very first episode of Unseen was because there was a video clip of CM Punk and Kevin Owens that was cut from the UK broadcast. We didn't get it, but you got it in America, but we didn't get it for some reason. I think we went to commercial early or came back from commercial late. So the very first Unseen was that. It was like, if you're in the UK, you didn't see this. And it did really, really well. People loved the video and people love that kind of, you know, you might have missed this kind of a thing. And so then we just kind of started doing social media stuff, because obviously a lot of that's not on the show. You know, I don't know that Drew going to Mindy's Bakery is going to be on the show, for example. And I don't know why. I mean, it's really opened up now, the whole Unseen stuff, because I think even I didn't realize how much goes on social media. away from the actual shows. I think even I wasn't aware of just how much that side of things has really exploded. It's like you see the odd comments, but actually if you gather up those odd comments and then the little back and forths and then the little video clips, then the social media exclusives, and you gather all of that together, I mean, every day we're doing like 40-minute video at least. Every day it's just like, there's just so much stuff to go through. Some really fun clips as well. So, I mean, absolutely loving the unseen stuff. And obviously we'll have another one for you tonight. There's already a few fun things in there, like Drew going to Mindy's Bakery. But and we haven't even had the 3-hour Raw yet. So I'm sure there'll be plenty more for us to get our teeth into. So, yeah, big thank you to everyone that continues supporting that series. Juan, thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. And David, shout out to you. William said WWE, UFC, AEW, TNA, everything. We like to watch along to. Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff that's in the unseen videos. The news about Killer Kelly is in tonight's video as well. Apparently, she's re-signed with TNA. So there was a news story going around that she was done with TNA and that was going to be her last appearance. But apparently, word on the street is she's actually now re-signed. So don't know that Killer Kelly is free anymore, available anymore, which is a shame because I really do like her and I would like to see her come to NXT. I don't think she's ever been in NXT. She was in NXT UK, sort of. I can't remember if she ever appeared. She probably did. But I distinctly remember being at the Royal Albert Hall, and they did a 2-day event at the Royal Albert Hall. And that, I think, is where NXT UK was like officially announced that it was coming and it was going to happen. Because before that, we were just doing these random shows. We were doing like these Blackpool shows, or we were doing Royal Albert Hall, or, you know, we were doing like these one-offs. And I was at the Royal Albert Hall show, and I think that's where they announced NXT UK. Killer Kelly was at that show. She was on the card. I think she faced Isla Dawn. So, yeah, it was, she's someone that I remember thinking, like, oh, I like this girl. And then she didn't stick around. She ended up getting cut and ended up going to TNA. I think she's done fairly well in TNA. So I was hopeful that she might find her way back, but doesn't look like it, unfortunately. Killer Kelly will be around until next year, says Dro. David said, rumor has it that MJF's not on AEW anymore, has been taken off the site. Yeah, rumor has it he was took off the site a long time ago. So rumor has it that he's been off the site since his injury at the earlier this year, and it might be another example of people only just finding out. I haven't done the Wayback Machine on this one. So what I will say is, if you go to AEW's website, it is true that MJF is not on there, right? It's also true there's no merch of his on AEW shop. But the streets are saying that MJF was actually removed a while ago, more towards the start of the year when he was written off due to his injury. And we know that he's got an injury and that it's actually maybe a bit more severe than was first thought. So my feeling on it is that he's out. We don't know when he's coming back. And I think when he does come back, I expect him to go to AEW. The streets were saying last year that he had re-signed with AEW, and that it just hadn't been announced. It hadn't been made official. But for some reason, people are only just noticing now that he's not on the website, and they're only just noticing now that his merch is not there. But I think this has been the case for a little while, to be honest. Or at least that's certainly what I've read online. So I don't personally think there's anything in it. I think that the whole 2024, where's MJF gonna go, that was a big thing a few years ago. And then when he turned face and we did the whole Adam Cole thing, that's when we sort of dropped all of that.
we weren't doing that anymore. Instead, we were doing the whole friendship between him and Adam Cole. And now we find ourselves sort of going back to this as MJF gone sort of story. So I think it's a way of just getting a little bit of buzz. I mean, make no mistake about it, AEW need to do whatever they can do to get people talking. And if this is one of the ways that they're looking to do that, I can't say I blame them. Because, like, we know they've blurred those lines before. I mean, do you remember when MJF was going off with the microphone in ring and calling out Tony Khan and everything, and everyone was like, oh my god, is that a work? Is it a shoot? I feel like they've blurred those lines before, and I feel like this is another example of them doing that. But I could be wrong, of course. But, before he left, word was that he'd resigned. So for them to be doing this now makes me think that it's them trying to build up for his return, or trying to get him, like, a bit of buzz, bit of talk going on, and we'll have to see. Obviously, AEW have got a lot of work to do. I don't think they're in the place they would like to be coming out of big business. They're around that 800,000 mark, which is disappointing. And I'm sure Tony would agree that it's disappointing, because he's just brought in Okada, he's just brought in Ospreay, he's just brought in Mercedes, and they're at 800,000. The days of hitting 1 million, they really do feel like a long time ago for that company now. No shades. I mean, it's a struggle. I feel like I understand the struggle that they go through. I think if you're a content creator, or you're someone that, really works hard to reach people and, try to put out good content, I think you know how difficult it is. It's really difficult. And for example, I was doing those LOL videos, and that was a series of videos where we just looked at some of the funniest moments in WWE history, and I really put a lot of work into those. Each one would take a long time to do, and I put a lot of work in, and I tried to include footage, and I tried to make them snappy and engaging, and I really did quite a bit on editing, and I put in little fun clips. And if you've not seen the LOL videos, I would say check them out, because I think you will enjoy them, because I really put a lot of work into them. But they were getting about 1,000 views. And now I can just take some fun little clips from unseen videos, and they'll do exactly the same. And they take no time at all, because it's already been recorded. I mean, it's literally me just taking a little clip out of an unseen video that's already been on the channel. I suppose in a way it's a bit like what Jim Cornette does, Jim Cornette does his big long podcast, and then he'll just take out the little bits that people might find interesting. They might not want to listen to the 3-hour long podcast, but here's a 20-minute bit about me talking about Nia Jax. Here's a 20-minute bit about me talking about AEW ratings. Blah, 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 right? So it's exactly the same as that. So it's very strange when you do... it's very difficult when you do make content, because it's not about how hard you work. You could work all day, every day, and then at the end of the day put a video up that gets 5 views, 10 views, could do absolutely nothing, and you could have worked all day and done your absolute best, right? And it might get no views whatsoever. Or you could work for 10 minutes and actually come up with something that people want to watch that gets 10,000 views. It messes with your head so much, man. It messes with your head so much. When I used to work in retail, it was about how hard you worked. It was about getting as much stock out as possible, serving as many people as possible. It was about putting in the hours and doing the graft and doing the work. And I've never been shy of doing that. I've never been shy of doing that. 10-hour days, 11-hour days, 12-hour days. I would do those on a regular, right? I mean, hard work's not a problem. But when you get into content creation, when you do YouTube, you very quickly learn that that is not going to work on this platform. You could work till you're blue in the face. You won't get anywhere. And I think that's, I've been doing this a long time now. And I think that that's a lesson that I'm still learning, to be honest. I still hasn't fully got in, you know. I will still do a 6-hour stream rather than a 20-minute video. I mean, it was we did a 6-hour stream on Saturday. We did UFC. I think it got about 7,000 views. As soon as that ended, I did an unseen video that got 8,000 views. And the unseen video took me 2 hours to put together and about half an hour to record. I mean, it didn't even take half the time, and it did more views. And it's a big lesson, man. It's a big, big lesson. So I think I do look at Tony, and I do see... I think I feel sorry for him, because a lot of people are saying he's out of his depth. He doesn't know what he's doing, and that's all fair, and that's fine. But I think I can sympathize with him putting in the graft, putting in the work. He's got people. I don't believe he's just sat in a room on his own. I think he has got people with him, and I think he is trying to put on the best show he can. I've no doubt about that. No way do I think that Tony's trying to phone it in. He's a wrestling fan who loves the wrestlers. I mean, he hugs them and won't let go. He embraces them and he won't let go. And I kind of feel like he really does love wrestling. So I think he wants to put on the best show for the fans and the best show for the wrestlers. And I think that he really tries. And I think that for whatever reason, it's found an audience, but it doesn't seem to be able to break beyond that audience, right? It's got its 800,000 watchers in America, and for the longest time now, it doesn't seem to be able to break beyond that. And I know that struggle, to be honest. I know what that's like. We do these watch-alongs, and consistently we get about 10,000 views. We'll get 10,000, 12,000, something like that for Raw and for SmackDown. I mean, I'd be lying if I was to say I didn't wish that was 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 100,000. So I sort of know what it's like. I know how you can work hard, put in the hours, do everything you think you can to make it the best that you can. And then, you kind of don't necessarily see growth, if you will. So I've got a lot of sympathy, I think, for Tony Khan. More sympathy than I think people that maybe don't do content creation. I think a lot of people, I think, just look at it, just see him as he doesn't know what he's doing, he's an idiot and all that. And I'm kind of like, well, yeah, that's probably true. But I think he is trying his best. And, I don't know what he's not doing that's not growing, right? I don't know what he's tried and what has failed. I think he's tried a few things. He's tried to bring in big names like Mercedes and Okada and Ospreay. That hasn't worked yet. Edge would be another example. I mean, he brought in Adam Copeland. That didn't turn anything around. Now, if you'd have said to me, will Adam Copeland get ratings for AEW, would get in Edge, I think every one of us would have said yes. I think every one of us would have said, yeah, of course, if he could get Edge, he was going to get greater ratings. Well, he got Edge, and he didn't get greater ratings. So that took me by surprise. I mean, it is about how you use this talent. You've got to use the talent correctly, of course. But, I think he has been leaning on Bryan Danielson. I think Bryan Danielson has been assisting him. I think he has brought in this female writer from WWE. The word on the street is that it isn't just him that's writing the shows, that he does have support now. But again, the shows, there's just no movement in the ratings at the moment, is there? So they have got a lot of things to think about, mull over, try and find a way forwards, and try and figure out, it's a bit of a Rubik's Cube, It's a bit of it. It's like, the way that I would describe it is it's like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube. Once you've solved it, then you'll start moving in the right direction, and, hopefully you'll get a bit of momentum. So it's like you're trying to solve it, but whilst you're trying to solve it, you've got people yelling at you saying you don't know what you're doing. You're an idiot. You need help, and you're like, shut up, I'm just trying to do this. Like, you don't know what you're doing, you're an idiot. Yeah, okay, hang on. hang on, I've got that one side sorted, I think. I'm going, yeah, but you're an idiot. That must be what it's like to be Tony Khan. If we could get an AI generated image of Tony trying to solve this Rubik's Cube whilst a load of people stand around telling him he's rubbish, that's what Tony Khan's life is. That's my mental image of Tony Khan. So yeah, they've got a lot that they need to work out over at AEW, but let's not get into a whole deep conversation about they need to do this, they need to do that. What they need to do is figure it out. That's what they need to do. They need to put the pieces together correctly, figure it out, get a bit of momentum, start, improving those ratings as they head towards Wembley. And maybe Wembley will do it. But Edge was always a super favourite when he first came out, said Intoxicated Drums. Dakota said Dean Ambrose returned to WWE. Well, I don't think so, to be honest. I think he's enjoying his time in AEW. I think that for him, he's a big star over there. He's I think a multiple-time AEW world champion. I think that he is someone that is happy doing that more aggressive blood swearing, he's got more freedom in AEW than he ever would in WWE, and I think he's someone that needs that freedom. There's not really much about Jon Moxley that you look at as being PG, and I think that he tried that world and he got some success in that world, but I don't know that it was a great fit for him. And I think that he is happier in AEW. So I really don't see him wanting to go back, to be honest. Although I'm sure there will always be interest, because if nothing else, you could always do a Shield reunion. You could always do Roman, Seth, and Dean. I mean, imagine if, say, next year, The Rock is heel and he's got Solo and we bring in someone else, right? Maybe we bring in Jacob Fatu, right? I don't think we are, but let's say we do. Jacob Fatu, Solo Sikoa, and The Rock need bringing down, right? Let's say Jimmy has gone off with Jay. They're friends again. They're a tag team over on Raw or whatever. But you've got Jacob, you've got Solo, or maybe Tamatonga, Solo, and The Rock, and Roman needs a couple of friends to help bring that group down. Could you imagine Tamatonga, Solo Sikoa, and The Rock taking on the Shield? I mean, Jesus. Could you imagine? I think there will always be an offer on the table for Jon Moxley, but I think that he's happy in AEW. I think he's very happy over there. Big Time said, can we say that Mercedes is probably not the massive draw everyone made her out to be? Didn't people say that she had got a big fan base? Well, I think that she is someone that is a little out of place in that world. I think been 2 weeks now? So I think that the jury is still out. I think the early signs are not brilliant, but, for example, her first segment did 1 million. Her second segment did 900,000. Both segments were at the start of the show, and you will immediately get people saying Big Bang Theory, lead in, blah, 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 which could be true. Put her elsewhere on the show, and there is absolutely no guarantee she gets anywhere near those numbers, right? But we haven't done that yet. It's still only 2 weeks, and we don't know if the Sasha stans even know that she's over there. I would imagine they do. I mean, if they are real Sasha stans, then surely they would be keeping tabs as to what's going on with their favorite. But I think part of the problem, right, in retrospect, is that she didn't go straight from WWE to AEW. So if you're a Sasha stan and you loved her in WWE, when she was inactive, because she has been inactive for quite a while, she was, I think, didn't she leave in, say, May? And I think she then didn't appear until January. And I think there was a good 6-7 months there where she was completely absent because obviously she was still under contract. There was all the issues with that. So, you know, she couldn't really do anything after she had walked out. Then she appears in New Japan and appears at Wrestle Kingdom. Then she competes a few matches till May. Then she gets injured. And then she doesn't reappear until a few weeks ago. There are some big periods of absence there for Mercedes. Some big periods of absence. And those fans of hers that are standing her don't have much to work with, you know? I kind of feel like if you're a stan, you want to be talking about your favorite on a regular basis. You want to be sharing ring gear pictures. You know what I mean? There's a vibrant community of people talking and chatting. And I kind of feel like because of her absence, that community went quiet. And so people naturally will have found other wrestlers to stan in the meantime. And so I think there's a good chance that her fan base, the Sasha Standom, has drastically weakened because of her inactivity. You know, the fact that she left WWE in May, didn't reappear till January. When she did reappear, she was in Japan. And then, as we said, she competed in Japan a little bit. Hard for people to watch. You know, I mean, if you're kids, who, you know, there was a lot of kids that were Sasha stans. If you're a kid, it's not the easiest to find where to watch New Japan or where to watch Stardom. So, you know, a lot of that might not have been seen apart from the clips that did the rounds on social media. And then obviously she gets injured and then she's out for, you know, months and months and months again. People aren't going to wait. People aren't going to wait. They're going to move on to the next hot thing. And that might be a Bianca Belair. It might be a Kalani Jordan. It might be a Tiffany Stratton. It might be a Liv Morgan. It might be a Dakota Kai. It might be whoever. But people will move on. So I think that her fandom probably is weaker now. I think she's going to have to re-engage with that fan base. And it's going to be interesting to see if she can re-engage with that fan base, if she can ignite that fan base, if she can deliver what they wanted from her in WWE in AEW. The stuff that they liked about her, you know, is it still there? I would imagine it is. So, you know, there's a chance they may come back, but I could understand it taking a bit of time. I could understand it being a case that, you know, she's just starting back up again. I think she needs to get involved in a really interesting feud, and I just don't think what they've got lined up for her is it. I am not a fan of Julia Hart. I mean, I'm sure that she is improving, but in my mind, she is a Cora Jade, Roxanne Perez, not even that level, not Roxanne Perez, right? But she is someone that should be in an NXT. She's a Thea Hale. She's a JC Jane. She's an NXT star. If she went to WWE, she'd go to NXT. So the fact that we've got this girl who, you know, is, in my eyes, not very interested in the ring. She's got a good entrance, a good look that they've given her. She's like the kind of a female Undertaker type, right? This ain't who I would be having Mercedes going up against first time out. I just don't think she's got any kind of name. Don't think she's interesting. I don't think she's good in the ring. I'm not interested in seeing the match. So, I just think it's a bad move, man. I think she should have come in and gone straight after a big name, a Britt Baker, a Thunder Rosa, maybe a Tony Storm, but I could understand you wanting to wait on that. But maybe a Paige, Saraya, getting into her face. Maybe if Saraya can't wrestle, then that's where Soraya's got a girl that can wrestle on her behalf, and we get Sasha versus whoever. But really, the feud is Paige and Sasha going at it on the microphone. I think that to me would be more engaging. I would then at least want to, I'd want to see what was next. But at the moment, I don't, to be honest. I'm not interested. She's arrived. I've seen her. I know the presentation, but I'm really not interested in what we're doing with her and Julia Hart. So, but I'm someone that I don't want to see it fail. I want to see it succeed, actually. I want to see it work for them, because I think that Sasha is someone... I'd be a hypocrite if I was to sit here and say I didn't want her in WWE. I absolutely do. I do want her in WWE. I think she's a great talent. I want her in WWE. I want Ospreay in WWE. I want Okada in WWE. I'd have took all three of them for WWE. I think they're great talents, which really do bring something to whatever promotion they're on. And they will bring something to AEW. But it's just, can they be used correctly and presented correctly to move that dial? Can they help move that dial? At the moment, 2 weeks in, after including Big Business, no would be the answer. We're around 800,000, but let's see when we get really going and we really get into like some feuds, but not the feud I would have chose. Mercenity. Shout out to you, my friends. Soraya's not a big name in AEW. Well, she might not be a big name in AEW, but she's a big name. People know Paige. So, do you know what I mean? If Paige, and I feel like we've kind of mistreated her a bit as well. I was not a fan of the Outcasts stuff, but come on, it's Paige. We all know Paige. I would have Paige back in WWE. She was a fantastic GM. She was brilliant in that role. Really enjoyed her in that role. So I would have her back if we were going to use her in that role. And if we were to get one more match out of her at, say, WrestleMania, I'd bring her back as well. Absolutely. But so for me, that's someone that I'd be more interested in seeing Sasha going up against and like confronting with, because I'd take that match in WWE. If we was to bring Paige back and Sasha was still around, and we were to do Paige versus Sasha at WrestleMania in the WWE worlds, that would have some buzz around it. There'd be some excitement around it. So for me, like, they've got the option to do that in AEW, but I think part of the thing that hurts them, and actually, you know, it's maybe something that doesn't get spoke about enough, is the name changes. You know, she's not Paige, she's Saraya, and it's not Sasha Banks, it's Mercedes Moné, and that hurts. I mean, it really hurts. That is something which doesn't carry. Saraya, I just don't think is a. I know it's her name, but I don't think it's a good wrestling name. Saraya is it doesn't conjure up the same feelings I have when I think of Paige. But then there's a lot of great moments connected with the name of Paige, and I don't think we've got great moments connected with the name of Saraya yet. So perhaps they can get there with her, but yeah, again, I wouldn't have had her kind of doing the Outcasts and the spray cans. It just looks so cheesy to me, but listen, it's for them to figure out. Matt, shout out to you. I think I idolize too much. Do you idolize wrestlers, sportsmen, or simply have a general appreciation of their talent while still seeing them as people? Are they men amongst men or gods amongst men? Jim said Mercedes has got beef with Willow. Julia Hart happens to be there. I'm not sure that's true, but because when she first came out in that first week, she come to Willow's aid. I think she came to save Willow. So if she's got beef with Willow, I think she's hidden it well. Certainly week one. And I mean, I don't watch Dynamite anymore, but I believe that it was like Willow and someone taking on Julia and Sky Blue, and I believe that like Sasha came to Willow's aid, and unless that's changed now in the past week or something, and now she has got beef with her. But I know that she got injured in the match with Willow, but and I'm sure they will do a match. But right now it feels like it's Sky Blue and Julia that is in Mercedes' crosshairs. Matt said, I think I idolize too much. Do you idolize wrestlers, sportsmen, or simply have a general appreciation for their talent while still seeing them as people? The second one. When I was young, the first one. Now I'm older, the second one. I think when you're growing up and you see these absolute superstars, you see, I don't know, Hogan, Warrior, Macho Man, British Bulldog, they are jacked, they are huge, they seem to have it all worked out, you know? They're in there battling, fighting, winning, sometimes losing, but hopefully bouncing back. And they are, you know, doing something that you would love to be a part of, something you love watching. So, you know, I've said before, if I was to have my life over, I think I would be interested in being a wrestler. To me, that was never a door that was open, or at least I never thought about it being open. It was a different world in the 90s. I mean, in the 90s, we didn't have the internet. And so if you wanted to find a wrestling school, you had to really know that one existed. You probably, you know, there wasn't one in the town I was living. I would have had to have gone to a city. And even then, I don't know if there would have been one in the city. I really don't know. Again, when I was coming through, I really don't know what the indie scene here in the UK looked like. I know in the 2000s, it really exploded. I mean, in the 2000s, we got the likes of Progress, we got Rev Pro, you know, we got a lot of things that started up and exploded. But going back to the 90s, I don't know where you could have gone. I don't know. It was a weird period for British wrestling then, because I feel like it was in a bit of a slump. I'm sure there were places. I'm not saying there wasn't. I'm sure there were. But it's not like now. If you're a kid now, I mean, what is it? A Google search away from nearest wrestling school? Never had that. That was not a thing when I was growing up. We didn't have the internet. Didn't have mobile phones. It wasn't a thing. Like you had basically the Yellow Pages, which was a book that told you about local tradesmen. If you had needed a plumber, you went to the Yellow Pages. If you needed an electrician, you went to the Yellow Pages. If you needed anything, any kind of a plasterer, gardener, any kind of work doing, you went to the Yellow Pages. I never looked in there for wrestling schools, wrestling training. Would be interesting, actually, to know if it was ever in there. It would be interesting to know that. But it never, you know, I never looked for it. It never crossed my mind to look for it. I think if I was to do it again, I definitely would look to getting into it. But I'm a boomer now. I'm way too old for that now. That ship has sailed. So I think growing up, you definitely idolize. I think that's normal. I think as you get older, though, you start to appreciate more that these are just humans. And not that I ever thought they weren't, but, you know, when you're a kid, oh my God, they might as well be like supernatural. They might as well be an alien life form, because you just absolutely idolize and hero worship. That's normal. But as you get older, I think like you appreciate the work they've put in more, the skills they've got. I think you see them in a slightly different light. I don't see them now and worship them and idolize them or anything like that. I see them now as humans that have put in the grind, that have put in the graft, that are highly skilled, highly trained, highly talented. I think it goes from it becomes respect. I mean, I suppose respect was always there, but that's the word I would use now. A very high level of respect. And I would, you know, if I was in a room with a wrestler, I would show that respect. I would not be disrespectful. I wouldn't be walking over and, I don't know, trashing them to their face or anything, you know. Whenever I have met wrestlers like Cesaro or Braun or even D'Lo at Wrestling Shop Live, I'm always very, hello, sir, respectful, because I do respect them and what they've achieved and what they've done, you know, and what they've contributed. So, I would say, I don't know, not hero worship. I think it's fun to get a picture with them. I would do that. Because I suppose in a way it's more fun to just show people, really, like, oh, I met such and such. it's one thing to say you met them. I mean, I could sit here and say, oh, I've met this person, that person, this person, that person. It doesn't really carry as much weight as if I go, oh, here's a picture of me when I met such and such. Here's a picture of me when I met such a. Here's a picture of me when I met. It just carries more weight, doesn't it? So I think like meeting people is pretty fun. Getting a picture, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. If ever I like see some like a wrestler out, I'd get a picture. But it's not because I'm idolizing them or anything along those lines. It's just, I think, a nice thing to have, really. It's a moment where you were both in the same place at the same time, and you get to capture that moment with a picture. So that's cool, you know. But like, I don't know, the stan-in, for example, I don't do that, do I? I know I say that I'm a Sami stan, but I don't really show it. I haven't got like an account that's got a profile picture of Sami on it. Like my accounts are Wrestling Days branded. I don't have like, you know, accounts where I just idolize people. I think it's fine if you want to do that. That's absolutely fine. But I don't know. I've got a healthy respect for everybody. Let's put it that way. Well, almost everybody. People that have got talent. WrestleBuzz, shout out to you, my friends. Days, I acknowledge you. Said Wrestle, but you don't need to do that, bud. I don't need acknowledging. We all acknowledge Trinidad Flag Guy, don't we? That's the only person we acknowledge. So, WrestleBuzz, shout out to... I can't believe an hour has almost gone. Shout out to you, bud. I hope you're well. Mitchell said, do you think that we could get Motor City Machine Guns in WWE? I think they would be awesome, both as a tag team and as singles. I don't know much about them, to be honest. It's not a team I've ever watched. I don't watch TNA, so I'd be lying if I was to say that I care. I don't. I've never seen them. I would obviously give them a watch and give them a go, but it's not one that I'm bothered about. I can't say that I feel we need them, because I think that we're creating some great tag teams anyway. We've seen the Creeds coming through. Obviously, we've got DIY. You know, there's some fun teams that are around at the moment. They would bring some experience, I know that much, and I know that they will have their fans and a fan base. If they were to come in, I think you put them in NXT, because I don't know who they are. So if I don't know, I mean, I've heard of them, but I think you put them in NXT. I think you give them a little run there, get the WWE fans used to them, builds up a bit of a following, get their music right, get their presentation right. Maybe give a little boost to NXT as well. I mean, don't forget, it's a brand in its own right that, you know, always needs a little bit of star power. And if they can bring that, because they already have an existing following, certainly more of a following than a next in line talent that's trying to make a name for themselves, you know, they'll bring more viewers than those people will. So for me, I think you would put them in NXT, give them a little bit of a run in there, and probably quite quickly move them up. I mean, you only need to put people like that in NXT because of them. Well, really, a couple of things. WWE has got its own way of giving time cues. It's got its own way and different expectations of, this is your entrance. This is when we want you to pose. When you get into the ring or the edge of the ring, we want you to do another pose. During the match, we want you to interact with the crowds, you know, X amount of times, like once every few minutes. We want you to taunt the crowd or look out to the crowd, or when you're going to go to commercial, this is what we're going to do. There are things that people need to learn when they come to WWE, which is not wrestling. It's not about, hey, do you know how to do this move? It's about, hey, do you know this is how we produce TV? And these are the things you need to know if you want to go to Raw and SmackDown. So for me, I think that there's stuff that needs to be learned in NXT that's not wrestling. I think they would go there, provide some star power, learn a few tips and tricks about what happens in the WWE system, you know, get them ready for the main roster, and then, you know, you can eventually move them up. But I don't know if they'll go there, to be honest. I've heard that AEW are interested. I think that's probably a better landing spot for them. So I heard that a load of AEW talent was putting out hand gestures. I don't know what the thing is, what they do, but like whatever their hand gesture is, a load of AEW talent have been doing that online. And so there's a lot of people thinking that AEW is going to be the landing spot for Motor City Machine Guns. Apparently they are done with TNA. Like April 1st is their final match apparently, and they are done. And I'm sure they're great. I've only ever heard great stuff about them, so I'm sure they're great. I wouldn't mind them coming in. I'm certainly not against them coming in, but they're not a team that I've ever watched, so that it's very difficult for me to go, oh my god, yeah, I'd love to see them, because I don't have any history of watching them. Eric said, I think Triple H is doing good to great. He needs to hire Jim Johnston back and give him a full run of entrance music and music for the shows. There is a lot of criticism for the current themes, yes. A lot of people think that it's not to standard. A lot of people think that it's not good enough, not strong enough. And I don't disagree. I think, you know, if I think back to when I was young, I love the golden era, and I always sing the praises of the golden era because I just think the characters were turned up to 11, the ring gear was turned up to 11, even some of the stories were turned up to 11. I mean, don't forget, we actually had Jake's snake biting Macho Man Randy Savage. Like, we saw the snake bite, which was an amazing moment. I mean, when he actually gets the snake to bite him, it was incredible. The whole stuff with Macho and Hogan and the Mega Powers exploding, Hogan and Andre. There's some really fantastic moments during that time, and everything felt like it was turned up. And the music in that time is super iconic. I mean, everyone's theme just so fitted their character. There's like, you know, you couldn't really imagine the $1 Million Man's theme really working for anyone else, mate, other than Vince, you know? If you think about, like, Jake the Snake's theme, and it being, like, quite quiet and rumbling in the background and building and being quite tense, like, again, it just so fitted him as a character. Now, I just feel like we just get a generic theme. But then saying that, part of the problem is that I don't think the characters are as strongly defined anymore. You know, like, what's a Sami Zayn? What is a Austin Theory? What is a Grayson Waller? I mean, they're just names. It's not like the $1 Million Man, the Big Boss Man, Jake the Snake Roberts. You know, it's not as defined anymore. We've kind of moved away from the, I suppose, cartoony aspect of it, and we've gone into a bit more realism, which is fine. I'm definitely here for that, but it does mean making themes is a lot more difficult. It's a trickier job than it was going back to like the golden era. But I'd love to see what Jim Johnston could come up with. I would absolutely love to see him give it a go, you know. I don't know, to be honest with you, I don't know quite how it would work in this day and age. I feel like Jim Johnston is very much of his time and came up with absolutely iconic themes. But I don't know, I think to us old school fans, we would probably like, yeah, this is better. But to the kids, they'd probably think it was a bit basic. Or a bit, I don't know, not cool enough, not modern enough, you know? I don't know if Jim Johnston can do modern. I don't know if he's going to be able to... Where's the next Jim Johnston? Where's this generation's Jim Johnston? And I have seen that be the argument. You know, love Jim, love his work, but he had his time and he killed it. Where's this generation's Jim Johnston? That's what we need, really. That's what we need. We need this generation's Jim Johnston. Someone that can provide iconic themes with that sort of modern take that's going to sound amazing and cool and really grab people's attention and fit the characters. And I don't think what we've got at the moment is it. You see a lot more criticism online than you do praise. Jim said, I would love for WWE to get Kevin Owens his Ring of Honor entrance music. Unsettling Differences is such a good song. I've always thought that WWE production is lazy and dated, said RYN. I think Jim Johnston passed. I don't think he's passed away. So I think he's still with us. But yeah, I don't know what the situation is with him. I don't know that we've ever reached back out to him. He definitely needs to go into the Hall of Fame, and I would love to see him create a new theme that we could use, right? I'd love that. I don't know why we can't do that. Even if we don't bring him back full time, why can't he create? Could you imagine for WrestleMania 40 we got a Jim Johnston theme? We reached out to Jim Johnston and he created a WrestleMania 40 theme. That would be awesome. That would be so good. And it would so fit as well, with it being the 40-year anniversary. I think that would be something we could really use him for. I don't know that we're looking to bring him back full time. The question is, where is the next Jim Johnston that can take this company forward over the next 20 years, you know? It's good conversation. It won't happen, but imagine Cody says on SmackDown before Mania, Roman may have bloodline. Hang on, I got lost. It won't happen. Got you. But imagine Cody said on SmackDown before Mania, Roman may have bloodline and Rock in your pocket. I've got the damn devil in my pocket, and then he pulls out an MJF scarf and saves the debut for Mania. Got you. Tom said Def Rebel do have some decent themes. Mr. Quake said CFO $. Wrestle with Andy said if Dustin Rhodes' American Dream theme song came out these days, it would be laughed at. Do you know, that's true, innit? That's true. That's true. If they did come out with a American Dream, it's just a common man. Would it be laughed at? I really don't know how it would be. It's so iconic. I can't imagine it bombing, but in this day and age, I could imagine people going, what the hell is this? What is this? It's so iconic though, isn't it? It's so iconic. It's brilliant. It's what a theme. Inside Out again said, what do you think of Rhea giving Nia the stink face? Well, we've covered it extensively on Unseen. That was perfect for Unseen. Unseen, we do like social media stuff, we do house show stuff, we do the online interviews. Basically, if it's not on Raw or on SmackDown, that's what I'm interested in. Although, of course, we do include the odd bit from Raw and SmackDown because just naturally we just include basically wherever the conversation is. So that stuff was, oh my God, it was absolute gold. And certainly got the attention of the wrestling world. I am aware that we run the risk of going a bit too pervy. I know that might sound impossible, but I am aware that that's maybe not what everyone is looking for from wrestling. But I think at the moment you have to reflect where wrestling is, and where wrestling is at the moment is in a weird place because we don't have Vince around, and I think people are maybe trying things a little bit more, maybe pushing the boundaries and seeing what they can get away with. So, for example, online, we've got Drew just, doing whatever he's doing online. He is getting away with those things, which now should open the door for other people to do what Drew is doing. I mean, he's going around to Mindy's Bakery, he's calling the fans marks, he's going off on CM Punk, creating his own shirts, he's doing his own promos. Back in the day, people would have been a bit scared to have done that, because if Vince didn't sign it off, if it doesn't fit in with the narrative that's being told, you don't want to get a telling off from Vince. You don't want to upset Vince. If you upset Vince, it could be career over. And so a lot of people really had to tie the line, towed the line. They really had to make sure that they were dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Yes, sir, no, sir, 3 bags full. Whereas now we are seeing a lot more freedom. And that is showing itself, I think, with what Drew is doing online. It's showing itself with what The Rock is doing with his language and what he's doing online. And that has now started the whole debate of, is it right that The Rock is able to get away with swearing when other people can't? Right? But then saying that, Dijak has seen that, and Dijak's come out with swear words. Drew's coming out with swear words. Cussing has definitely increased since Vince has gone away, both on the show and more so on social media. And so I think people are seeing how far they can get with that now. They're kind of pushing out against that and seeing how far is it till I get told off with, can I cut my own promos? What can I do on social media? Can I swear? So we're seeing that getting pushed a little bit more as well. We haven't seen it yet, to my knowledge, but will we start seeing people pushing about, can I get away with doing this move? Can I get away now with doing that move? Like, will we see those boundaries being pushed? I think all the boundaries are there to be tested in this post-Vince world. And I think it makes for absolutely a fascinating time to be doing a series like Unseen, because we are seeing these boundaries being pushed. The problem is, though, that at the moment we are pushing boundaries, we are trying things, we are maybe getting away with things I don't know that we'll get away with in the future. And look, the stuff that Rhea was doing, for some people may have gone too far. She really was pulling up them shorts, really exposing a lot of her backsides, and then delivering a stink face, which you can make the argument, listen, if Rikishi is allowed to do it back in the day, why is Rhea not allowed to do it now, right? And that would be a perfectly acceptable argument. It's a perfectly fair argument, right? But again, there was a backlash. I don't know if you saw it, but there were people saying this is not helping how women are being perceived in wrestling. This is the sexualization of women in wrestling that we're trying to move away from. This reminds me of the Attitude Era, and not in a good way. There were comments that were pushing back on what Rhea did. So it is a bit interesting and difficult at the moment, because I am having to present things that have swearing in, and I am having to present things that are a bit more sexualized than where we've been previous. And as I said, I think the reason for that is because the boundaries are being tested, and I'm sure that there will be hopefully some markers put down saying, no, that's the line. Yeah, you don't go past that. That's the line there. You don't go past that. But at the moment, I feel like we're trying some stuff. Listen, Rhea was trending. That footage went everywhere. She was the talk of the town, man. And they had more fun the next night. I think that WWE would be wise to let the wrestlers keep pushing the boundaries. Because to be honest, I think WWE doesn't really mind. It just doesn't want to offend, right? It doesn't want to upset people. And so I think even WWE doesn't quite know where the lines are. What does upset people in 2024? You would say everything. So if everything upsets people, well then where's the line where it really starts upsetting people? Because upsetting the odd person here or there, you're going to get that all day long. I have undoubtedly upset someone during this stream. I have no doubt about it. Probably many people, right? For, I don't know, whatever. But so you're always going to upset people's feelings, right? That's the world we live in now. We live in a world where unless you think exactly the same as everybody else, and no one thinks exactly the same as anybody else, then you're going to say something that's going to upset someone. So I think that WWE is wise to let them test these boundaries, maybe learn a few lessons themselves. And it massively got Rhea over. Well, not over, but exposure in every sense. And they had fun with it the second night as well. The second night they played around with it. If I was a superstar, I was thinking about this. If I was a wrestler, I would look at that and I'd be like, right, the power of social media just continues to amaze. So if I'm doing a house show now, I have to do something in my match that's going to trend on social media. I have to, because that is my opportunity to... I'm a bit more restricted on Raw, because on Raw, my segment's produced. I am told, we want you to do this, this, and this. There's no guarantee you've got any freedom. You might be able to do the odd look. You might be able to do the odd extra little moment, right? You might be able to get away with the odd little thing. But by and large, it's a TV show that's designed to move storylines forwards, put on matches. If you can do something that's going to grab attention, do it, right? Because then, you know, you'll trend. People will talk about you. Really, that's the goal, right? And house shows, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily think house shows are a place where that can happen, but because everyone has got a smartphone and because everyone has got access to social media, for the longest time now, I think we have not done enough with those shows to get people spoken about and trending, and, you know, we needed to do a lot more. So I think what Rhea has done is really show, and Cody has shown as well, that even at house shows, you can elevate your star power. You can have people talking about you, and you can become a bigger star as a result of a house show. So it's fascinating. All of this side of it is absolutely fascinating. So that was my thoughts on it. I looked at it more from the perspective of social media, business, star power, all that kind of stuff, rather than, oh, did you enjoy it? Yeah, I loved it when she put a butt in her face. Rather than looking at it from that perspective, I looked at it from the business side, and I was like, it's so clever. It's so clever. And she knew what she was doing as well. You know, there's that moment before she does it where she, like, looks around at the crowd and she's like, shall I? Shall I? And then she goes into the mannerisms of Rikishi and then delivers the stink face. So she knew what she was doing, of course. And everyone, it was the talk of the town. Angie said, Days, I am so hyped for tonight. 9 days and I turn 40. Oh, mate. It's probably best to not think about it. So, you know, enjoy these 9 days. That's what I'll say. I'm not ready for it. Oh, well, you'll be all right, mate. You'll be all right. You'll just find that, I mean, not that I know, but you'll find that parts of you will just stop working really from that point. You know, you might wake up and one day, like, your arm just doesn't work anymore. It just dangle there, you know. That's what you've got to look forward to. So what I would say is 9 days, just enjoy it. You know, you've got to live every day like it's your last. That's how you've got to think about it for 9 days. Because as soon as you get to 40, you're done, mate. You're done. I mean, not straight away. It'll be a gradual decline. I read it in a book. I think I saw it on the internet. But, you know, some people aren't fortunate enough to stay 21 like me. So, thoughts are with you, my friends. I'm not ready for it. After seeing The Rock's video earlier, my kiddos are now watching Moana. Yeah, that was a brilliant clip, wasn't it? Where he made a wish for that kid. We did include it in Unseen, and it was wonderful. So I know there's a criticism about talking of social media. Should wrestlers be using the same accounts as their personal accounts? It's very difficult, isn't it? Because The Rock builds up his account, and that's his one-stop shop. So if he's doing a film, he uses it. If he's doing wrestling, he uses it. If it's him, he uses it. If he's promoting Papa Tui, he uses it. If he's doing something wrestling related, he uses it. It just means that he gets the most followers possible rather than splitting it across, here's my wrestling account, here's my personal account. So from a numbers point of view, from a business point of view, it makes a lot more sense to have one account. But I do understand the argument of, we're meant to hate him. He's a heel. He's trying to ruin Cody's moment. And now here he is singing a flipping song to a kid for Make-A-Wish, right? So I know that criticism is out there. My take on it is, let's look at the bigger picture, which is there's a kid that needed that. right? There's a kid that benefited from that. That is way more important. That is way more important. So for me, fine. No, no, fine. Unsurprisingly, I saw criticism. You're going to get it. You're going to get it on everything, right? But it is an interesting conversation, the one of should he have an account just for his heel persona? Should he then have an account for his personal stuff, and maybe the Make-A-Wish stuff could live on his personal stuff, you know? But as I said, from a business point of view, you're not going to have two accounts that are both going to do 10 million followers, right? Your one will get, say, 7, your other might get, I don't know, 5, right? Maybe you get 12 collectively. But I think he would rather have one that was 10, that was everything, you know? So I kind of feel that, because that 12 won't be 12 million different people. Obviously, there will be a lot of people that follow both. So it's not like he's reaching more people. It's just that a lot of people would follow both of his accounts. So it's an interesting one. What should he do? Blah, 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 blah. And I've seen that be mentioned a few times, but for me, on this occasion, considering it's Make-A-Wish and a kid, this ain't the time for that conversation. That's how I feel about it. Matt, shout out to you, my friends. Matt said, I feel I am over-attached to AEW. I'm sorry to hear that. Over-attached can't be a good thing. Although saying that, am I over-attached to WWE? What is over-attached? Don't know. A lot of people would probably say it's not natural or normal to be talking and thinking about WWE like all day, every day, which I tend to do, obviously. So I might be in that boat, but with WWE. I latched onto them at the beginning, and I am now hyper bonded. Oof, I love that. That'd be good for an advert of Gorilla Glue. Hyper bonded. Why do we get so tightly connected to companies? I think if you enjoy something, then you want to get as close to it as possible. And we spoke about this the other day. If I go and see wrestling, I am the kind of person that will sit there, watch the show. I am not leaving 5 minutes before to beat the traffic. I ain't that guy. I'm the guy that's there 10 minutes after. I'm the guy that's there once the show's ended. If there's a wrestler around that I can get a quick picture with, I'll definitely look to do that, because when will I get an opportunity to do that again? And I did that at an NXT house show, and I got a picture with Kairi Sane. So there is a picture of me with Kairi Sane, which I need to find, actually, from an NXT house show back in 2018. And I did that because I just stuck around. The show ended, people had left. But, you know, there was a good few people that stayed around, and she met people that were still around. She just went round the barrier, basically. If you were there at the barrier, she met everyone, signed whatever, picture, amazing. She was fantastic. So I'm the kind of guy that's like looking to see, is that opportunity going to present itself to meet a wrestler? I'm the kind of guy that if that opportunity doesn't present itself, well, then I just want to take that moment to look at the entrance stage, look at the ring. Is there any details that I've missed or not spotted? What do the ring aprons look like? What do the turnbuckles look like? Rope color, might not have paid it much attention. I'm just trying to take in every detail I can, really, and just really, I suppose, appreciate that moment. Because for me, going to live wrestling is quite rare. I don't get to do it. So if I'm going to go, I really want to make sure that I've got the most from it. And then, you know, sadly, I'll trudge out and go back to the real world. And the real world is not as exciting, is it, as those few moments where you are just forgetting everything and just, you know, my real world is this, in the sense of wake up, go online, look, get tagged in stuff, read what people tag me in, look for stuff for unseen, work on a few new graphics, maybe thumbnails or whatever it might be, and then either live stream or start working on unseen, get it up, work on the thumbnail, work on the timestamps. It's that, I mean, pretty much every day. So for me to actually go out and like see live wrestling is very, very rare. So for me, I'd want to get as much from that experience as possible, not in a weird, creepy way, but just in a way of like, man, that was cool, that was magical, I had a really good time. And I think that if you are really into a company, like, you want to get as close as you can. You want to feel like a part of it, really. You want to feel like you're in that group. This is why there's forums, chat rooms, YouTube videos that kind of break shows down. I mean, if you love The Walking Dead, you could join a fan group, couldn't you? You could join a fan club. You could go to the conventions. You could meet the actors. You could have a YouTube channel where you talk about each individual episodes. You could start a podcast. You could listen to the podcast. You could watch YouTube. There are so many that break down the episodes. There's channels that break down the episodes and do reaction videos. And I'm sure that's not only for The Walking Dead. I'm sure it existed for Game of Thrones and every big show. So I think for me, like, I think the reason why people get connected to things is because it's something they enjoy, and it's something they want to be a part of, and it's something they want to feel closer to, and it's something that it's a group, it's a community, it's a form of entertainment that they enjoy. It's how they want to spend their free time. A lot of people go to work and really look forward to the end of the day, because at the end of the day it's going to be Raw, or it's going to be Dynamite, or whatever it might be. And so you can get lost in that world, You can get lost in that world, and that's not a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think everyone does that. Some people get lost in TV shows. Some people get lost in films. Some people get lost in individual actors or individual wrestlers. They just love certain people. Each their own. Whatever it is that floats your boat, as long as it's not hurting anybody else, then I think it's fine. I mean, if you're like spending all your money and it's getting a bit out of control, you're buying like front row tickets, you're getting all the merch, you've got no money to pay your bills, or like, what I mean? Like, it's becoming an issue, then that's when you might want to start dialing it back. But if it's all healthy and you're just watching the shows and buying things you can afford and having a good time and enjoying it, there's no harm, is there? No harm. But I think I'm probably a bit OTT with WWE, to be honest. George said, Mike Tyson is going to win. I'm entitled to my opinion. Johnny said, my favorite is Devotion Championship Wrestling. That's my favorite. They're my friends, and I think they're the best company in the world right now. Jim said, I support my favorite wrestlers. The wrestling promotion is just a means to the end. That's interesting. So you've got wrestlers that you enjoy and you just follow them wherever they go. And I'd imagine there'll be a lot in WWE at any one time, and maybe a lot in AEW and TNA and whatever. And so you just kind of go from there. That's interesting. Yeah. Do you know, it's funny. I would say that I am a WWE fan. So if a wrestler leaves WWE, I will keep an eye. But I won't. I don't know who I would follow outside of WWE. It's a very interesting one, that, actually. I mean, like, look at Dolph Ziggler. Dolph Ziggler's gone from WWE. I don't really keep tabs as to what he's doing anymore. Same with Mustafa Ali. I mean, if you go to AEW, I know about you because obviously AEW gets spoke about a lot. But if you go to that kind of indie side, like Mansoor, Marseille, Matt Cardona, I mean, really, if you're outside of WWE or AEW, you kind of fall off my radar. If you are in New Japan, I might have a slight awareness, but I don't really keep tabs with New Japan. If I'm going to be perfectly truthful, I don't really keep tabs with them. I just kind of try to keep an eye every now and then. But yeah, I think I'm a WWE fan first, actually. I think part of the WWE thing for me is that I grew up watching it, and I've got all those memories of Hogan and early WrestleManias and going to car boots and buying merch and buying videotapes. And do you know what I mean? Like, when you grow up watching a certain promotion, you might enjoy The Undertaker or Ultimate Warrior or Hulk Hogan or whatever. It isn't just one person that I enjoyed. I enjoyed so many consistently over the years. You just kind of get to the conclusion, actually, I enjoy WWE. It's like, I'm pretty sure if I was to go to a remote island and live there for 20 years and then come back and tune into WWE, I'd like to think that I would enjoy it, right? I'd like to think that they would still be putting out content that I enjoy, regardless of who's on the show or, you know, if I know them or not. It might be a whole new roster, whole new superstars, but as long as it's WWE, I should hopefully still enjoy the product. So I think I'm a WWE stan first, actually, and then wrestlers afterwards, which is really interesting because I haven't really ever thought about it. We just watch the shows, enjoy what we enjoy, and criticize what we don't, and just keep moving on. But yeah, I think I've got that connection to the brand. Who the hell keeps yelling on a YouTube live stream? These people are silly, says James. I love The Walking Dead, said Johnny. I'm a huge Walking Dead fan. George said, it's not like I was saying it's facts. I'm just stating an opinion. George is having a conversation about Mike Tyson. Matt said, this is going to be my last super chat of the night. The reason I loathe my connection to AEW, I'm sorry to hear you loathe it, is because it's in general decline into insignificance. It's hurting way too much. That's an interesting one because I've been there with WWE where you tune in and the shows aren't great. I mean, I thought that, the pandemic era was a rough ride. And actually, maybe even a little bit before the pandemic era. At no point have I ever thought I'm stopping watching. But we have definitely gone through periods. I mean, I distinctly remember doing watch-alongs for Raw where we would end the stream and we would be in agreement as a community that the only thing that really worked or was any good was the Firefly Funhouse. And everything else was like just irrelevant. You know, we went through a period where matches would happen and they wouldn't really be set up. It would just be like such and such is going to face such and such. And you just didn't care. And it didn't matter who won. And the main event might be, whatever it is. Roman was a face and people were really divided on that. 2019 I don't think was a good time. And 2020 you could argue was even worse because it was like 2019 but without the crowd. There was no fans or enthusiasm or anything. The only thing that helped 2020 was the fact that it was so unique. And it was such a different time. And it kind of had that, we're all in it together, let's get through this kind of mentality. That I think that kind of helped it a little bit. WrestleMania in front of no fans in a warehouse. What? I mean, come on, you're gonna be... That's a talking point. So, things like that were happening where we were just trying to work out what this new reality was. But really, in retrospect, it was 2019 without fans. There were moments. I thought Bayley was good. I thought Drew had a good run. There was moments. But by and large, I mean, I don't know about you. I don't go back to WrestleMania 36. There's an awful lot on that show that's just bad. It's just not a good WrestleMania at all. And so for me, like that's a time where I'm like, oof. Had that have kept going like it was, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know that. I think a lot of interest could have been lost. Right now we're in such an exciting period. It's hard to remember back then, but had the quality have not improved under Triple H, I just don't know. I don't know where WWE would be. I don't know. I think if it had declined, I think Vince would have done something. He wouldn't have just let it die, of course, but he would have done something. I mean, you got to say Vince is the one that turned Roman heel, so he did that. Vince is the one that kicks off the whole bloodline story, which is what takes us to this next level. So, I can't really say that he didn't react to the slump that we were in, because he definitely did. But I can understand people watching AEW and not quite feeling it and wondering if this is for them. but loving the brand and loving what it was all set up for. And now being in this kind of real interesting, difficult position of like, do I keep watching? I don't want to not support it. I don't want to see it go away. I just want to see it go back to when it was good. And being in this like real kind of situation, you know? I can't really advise, to be honest. I mean, all I can say is that for me, I'm a WWE fan. AEW was always going to be an alternative, a secondary promotion for me to watch on days where there's no WWE. If it survives or dies, it doesn't ultimately bother me. But I would rather it survived. I would rather it survived because I think that there is a place for another promotion. There is room. Like, there are days where WWE does not stream and does not put on content. There is room for both. And you can see that right now because on a Monday and a Tuesday and a Friday is WWE. On a Wednesday, a Friday night after SmackDown and a Saturday is AEW. And you can fit in both. It is possible. There is overlap with Collision and the Premium Live events. But Premium Live events used to be on a Sunday. So actually, you know, had Premium Live events stayed on a Sunday, everything could fit into the week. And there'd be room for TNA on a Thursday as well. So I do look at it and think there's not really much of a reason as to why you can't have two promotions. They don't need to go up against it. We don't need a Monday Night War. We don't really need tribalism. Don't need it. They can coexist. They can exist on their own days. And they can exist in their own merit. And it's also a place for wrestlers that WWE decides they don't want anymore for whatever reason, budget cuts. It is a place for them to go and find work. So for me, I don't know. I think that I can't really advise. I've stepped away from it because it wasn't to my taste. There was more about it I didn't like than did like. And I think it's probably best to go with that approach. If it's working for you or you're getting a lot from it still, then keep watching and enjoying. And the bits you don't like, just accept there's going to be bits you don't like. But I think once it becomes a chore to watch, then they're not serving you anymore. So if it becomes a chore to watch, then I would say that's when you probably need to make that call. But I don't know where you are with that. I mean, everyone's going to be in a different point. Some people are going to be loving it. Some people are going to be unsure. Some people are going to have turned off it now. You know, everyone's going to be in their own place, aren't they? But I'm not just saying that for AEW. I'd say that for WWE. If you're watching WWE and there's more about it you hate than like, and you're watching the shows and week after week you're coming away thinking this isn't for me, why keep watching them? Why keep watching? There's so much stuff to watch. There's so many wrestling promotions to watch as well. So I don't know. I've said before, I really don't understand the watching stuff to hate it. I don't get that. I don't get the watching Dynamite to lay into it mentality. I don't get the watching WWE to lay into it mentality. I don't get what people get from that. I don't understand what they enjoy about that. I always think that you are what you watch, basically. I mean, if you go on social media and see nothing but toxicity, you've got to be a pretty big person to then not be toxic yourself. You know, if you're surrounded by hate, you've got to be a pretty big person to not then become hateful. I think that whatever you surround yourself with, whatever it is that you watch, that has a big impact on you, probably more than you realize. So I think if you're watching stuff that you hate, I think you're then going to go on social media and project hate. If you change that and actually watch something that you enjoy, then chances are you'll go on social media and project what you enjoy. So I don't really get that mentality of I'm going to watch this because I'm not going to like it, but I'm going to enjoy hating about it. I don't know. People are weird. I find that strange. For me, AEW stopped delivering what I wanted, and so I stopped watching. That's it. No hate. I'm not looking to hate on it. I'm not interested. It stopped doing what I wanted, and so I stepped away. That's it. And if people still watch it and enjoy it, brilliant. Brilliant. I hope they do. I think there's room for both. PJ, shout out to you, my friend. PJ said, I look forward to the unseen videos. That's good. I really appreciate it. I try to be here for the live streams. On the days that you don't feel up to it, just know you are appreciated. Well, thank you, PJ. I'm pretty good, I think, with feeling like from a mental health point of view. I think I'm always in a pretty good place in the sense of I love what I do. I know how fortunate I am to be doing this. I say thank you at the end of each stream and videos because I really mean it. I know how much option and choice there is out there. I mean, I see it myself. You know, I mean, like I go on YouTube. I'm a YouTube viewer myself. I am aware as to how crowded every community is. I mean, the wrestling world has exploded, I would say, since the pandemic. Before the pandemic, it was a crowded space. But I think during the pandemic, with everyone at home, a lot of new channels started up. And I think now we're just seeing a lot of oversaturation, right? Which is fine. Everyone's entitled to create content. But, this gets harder, not easier. Right? This definitely gets harder. It's funny, actually, because there was a girl called, I don't know if you ever saw her, but she was called Emma Blackery. And I remember that she was like this massive YouTuber. She like really exploded. And I never really saw her videos, but there'd be a few videos that, she was so big and she was getting such big views, you couldn't help but get recommended some of her stuff. And I'd forgot about her, and I went on her channel the other day, and you can see that, her channel is not where it was anymore. And she was just doing some videos talking about how it was being a YouTuber back in the day. It was really interesting, actually. She was saying you could just basically do a vlog, talk about what you've done that day, and you'd get 100,000 views, 200,000 views, because there wasn't as much competition or whatever. And she was saying it's just a crazy time. Going back to 2014 YouTube, it was just a crazy time. Whereas now you can't really do that, because now you've got things like Mr. Beast, who's curing world hunger. So me telling you what I've had for breakfast probably ain't gonna match, is it? So it's a real... It's a harder space as time goes by, and there's a lot of big companies and wrestlers and a lot of people that come into the space, which makes it even more options. So yeah, I suppose the moral of my story, the point I'm trying to get to, is that the fact that people join us for these streams, the fact that people hang out, share their thoughts, share their theories, share their opinions, that's why I enjoy doing the opinions videos, because I feel like that is your opportunity to get your points across in an actual video, and I want to give you that opportunity to do that, which is why I try to say only give me one comment, because I want to get through as many as I can. I want to get to everybody that I can to get their comments mentioned. I am trying as well to not kind of kick back on some of the comments, because some comments I agree with, some I don't agree with. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, and I would hate for people to think I don't want to say anything because he'll only criticize me in the video or whatever. So I really try to not do that. I mean, this is why I do a review video myself, because my thoughts go into that review video. If you want to know my thoughts, immediately after Raw and immediately after SmackDown, I do a review video. That's my thoughts. And if you want to disagree with the points made in there, it's absolutely fine. You can go in the comments and disagree. I have no problems with that whatsoever. I think that we've got a respectful community where I have no problem with anyone disagreeing with a wrestling take that I have, because I know that they're disagreeing with that wrestling take. They're not personally attacking me, right? This is where the line gets crossed on social media, is when those people are like, if you think this, you're an idiot, right? To me, that's where a line is crossed, because you're basically saying, if you don't agree with my opinion, then you're an idiot, right? And I don't think that's a stance that you can take. It might be how we all feel at times. Like, Cody's got to finish his story. If you think Roman wins, you're an idiot, right? It's kind of basically what you're saying is agree with me, otherwise you're an idiot. And that's where I think things can become a bit unhelpful. But in this space, I'd like to think that that's not the kind of mentality that we operate with. We operate more with a, no, I don't disagree. I don't agree with that because blah, 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 you know? Or it could go that way, but I think it's more likely that it goes this way. Blah, 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 right? We hone in and we focus in more on the wrestling opinion and what is being presented rather than you're an idiot, you don't know what you're talking about, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I think you find more on social media rather than hopefully within this community. So that, you know, it's very much appreciated. It really is that people join us and share their thoughts, share their opinions. And that's why I love doing those videos, because it is an opportunity for more voices to be heard, your voices to be heard, and a way of just kind of, I suppose, presenting that in its own space. So I love opinion videos. I'm trying to keep the review videos separate. That's more my thoughts. I will, if people do ask me a question in opinions, I will answer it. If anyone's like, I'm thinking it's going to go this way, what do you think? I won't go, I'm not going to say. I will, you know, at that point I will get involved. But other than that, I'm trying to stay out. But yeah, I really appreciate it. I think the streams are in a good place, and I think the channel's in a good place, actually, as we head to WrestleMania. But obviously, WrestleMania is going to be... It's the biggest wrestling stream of the year. I mean, that is going to be huge. You know, that really is. I need to get it set up, actually, and start kind of promoting the fact that we will be live. And not just live for the show. We are live hours before. We always are. So that we can get as many thoughts as possible. So, PJ, I very much appreciate the kind words, my friends. King Yeti said, I usually only watch SmackDown because I wake up 5 a.m. for work. That's early. Dude, that's awful. I feel like you're being mistreated. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. I'm sorry to hear you have to get up at 5 a.m. for work. That sucks. But yeah, I think SmackDown has been a really good show. That's the show that really has benefited from The Rock and Roman and all of that stuff. It benefits from only being 2 hours compared to Raw that's 3. But as we said, tonight should be something tasty. Christopher, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. And Inked Gauges as well said, Days, will we get nipples tonight? Well, if you don't get any on the show, I might break these bad boys out, right? So I think we're looking pretty good for something tonight. Yeah? I think we're looking pretty good that some sort of nippleage is on the way. You got to excuse me for a second, because for some reason, and I don't know why, the sound has just completely gone from my TV. Just, it's non-existent. So if I'm going to relay to you what is being said, I am going to have to just reset this TV box, which is very annoying. I'm annoyed. You're annoyed. We're all annoyed. It's only going to take me a few moments, but I need to just go hit reset, come back again. So that's where I've gone. So give me one moment. It turned purple as well, you know. The picture was all like this purple hue. It wasn't. I don't know what happened. We're back though, baby. We are back. Right, Christopher, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Christopher said, Days, here's a little trip down memory lane. Ooh, I don't know if we want to go. Let's have a go, shall we? I used to compete in Stream Championship polls back in 2018 and 2019. I also won a title and the Wheel of Fun. I loved it. Nowadays, it's great as well. Keep it up. That's amazing. Wheel of Fun was something we did, I want to say 2018, 2019. I think we stopped in 2020 because YouTube changed the rules about giveaways to kids. You had to be very careful about giveaways and making sure that if they were toys or anything along those lines, and it was like, it could be proven that it was targeted at children, then, you know, there was like, all of that got clamped down on. And the problem with Wheel of Fun was that we would give away figures, right? Which could be to collectors, but could also be seen as being aimed at kids and kids magazines. And the reason why we were giving away kids magazines is because I was in them. WWE Kids Magazine. That's a magazine I've had a relationship with going back to 2017. Here in the UK, every month they would put out a kids magazine, and pretty much every month, I would say for a good 5 years, I had a little article in there. They would send me an email and say, right, this month we want your dream Survivor Series team. And so I'd put in like the people I'd have in a Survivor Series team and a little blurb as to why. And yeah, like there was loads of great stuff. There's a little, what I need to do, I think, is I probably need to do a video on that. Unfortunately, this year is the year they stopped doing kids magazines, so it's not around anymore. They don't do it anymore. But so it's done, unfortunately. But you might have seen like reviews on the channel, and I've got loads of old issues. I mean, pretty much every issue from the past 7 years. So I could definitely find those articles now. And because I'm not ruining anything, because the magazine is out of publication anyway, I can just show you what those articles said and show you like all that stuff. There's like little Wrestling Days caricature that they made. There's loads of little bits, actually. It's really, really fun. Really, really fun. So that might be a whole video in itself. That'll probably be a second channel video, though. I'm not a mark for myself. I might have to put that as a second channel thing. But, yeah, you know, that's why Wheel of Fun went away, unfortunately. We did bring it back as a one-off for Christmas. We did it during Christmas Day as like a little special, which was really fun. But yeah, the channel's been through a lot, man. It's in a good place right now, and that's, you know, I'm blessed and I'm very grateful. But you know, the work continues. Wrestle with Andy as well. Wrestle with Andy's been around a long time. Days, I got a Stone Cold tattoo yesterday. Give me a hell yeah! Did you? Have you got a picture? Send a picture. Oh, please tell me that you drew him yourself. Please tell me that you can't draw. You're a terrible drawer, but you tried your best and you did a drawing and you took it to the tattoo artist and now you've got it on your chest. Oh, please. Just a really badly drawn Stone Cold Steve Austin sort of like here. You know, like how Brock's got the sword. You've just got like this round here that you did yourself. Come on. Come on. I already know you're going to show it me. It's going to be awesome. Just let me enjoy the idea. just like a round face like this with a little speech bubble that says hell yeah, like that. And he's got an eye and a nose. Is it like that? Hell yeah! Hang on, exclamation point. And maybe he's got a little t-shirt on. 316 with some sleeves. There he is. Does it look anything like this? On your arm like that. Come on. Days, everyone I talk to says Jake Paul is going to lose to Mike Tyson. If you think about it, Jake is still young and Mike... Oh no, we've got a little neck tattoo! Right there. Is it like that? Hell yeah! Nico, shout out to you. What do you think will be or could be? I've sent you a DM. What do you think could be? Oh, we're getting to the show now. We need to start 3 hours before. We need to do an extra hour. James said the Wheel of Fun died when I joined, so I technically killed it. Yes. Yeah, the Wheel of Fun was it couldn't stand up to the pure hatred that came from James Chadwick. That is true. What do you think will be or could be the shock result of WrestleMania 40 if there is one? Shock. I don't know. I mean, what would be a shock? I think I saw the odds and I think I agreed with them all. I don't know that there'll be a shock. I mean, will it be a shock if Logan retains? Will that be a shock? I think Logan retains. I think Gunther retains. I don't think Sami wins. If he does, that'd be a shock. I'd be shocked if Sami won. That might be the front runner, Sami winning. I don't think he does. I don't think he does. But if you think about it, it does set up Sami versus Chad Gable. Sami versus Chad Gable for the Intercontinental would be pretty sick. But I don't think he does. I think Sami's going to win Money in the Bank. We're in Canada. He's Canadian. We're trying to get him to a world title. I think he's going to do that. Drew beating Seth. I think Drew and Seth is interesting. That's interesting. If Drew wins, though, would that be a shock? I think Cody finishes the story. And I think that Roman win night one. I think Bayley beats Io. And I think Rhea beats Becky. But I don't know about Drew and Seth. I think that's quite close. Do you know what? Let's do it as a poll, actually. I know it's a bit of a rubbish poll to do right now, but who wins? I'd like to know who you... Genuinely, I'd like to know, because I don't know. I'm a 50-50 on Seth and Drew. I think you can make an argument for each way. If I had to pick, I'd lean Drew. If I had to pick, I'd lean Drew. But because I'm 50-50 on it, I don't know that either way would be a shock. Don't know. I mean, look, if Drew hasn't re-signed his contract, why would you put the world title on him? If he's not re-signed his contract yet, why would you put the title on him? So there is a good chance that Seth retains. And also, there's a good chance that Gunther is going to be a world heavyweight champion very soon. It would make more sense for Gunther to beat Seth than it would for him to go up against Drew. So I can see an argument for Seth retaining, but I think Drew's done such incredible work. I feel like he deserves it, which is a weird thing to say, but it does feel like he has done some of the best work of his career, and it feels like he deserves to be champion. So if I had to pick, I'd go with Drew. But we'll keep an eye on that poll, and we'll pop back to it, and we'll see what is said. Right, we've got a few more bits. There's a new stage for Raw tonight. It's the Survivor Series stage, isn't it? They've got the Survivor Series set up because of the facts. Oh, it's just a little thing. I'm going to show it, Andy. It's cool. It's cool. It's not what I was hoping for. You know, I was hoping for something big and ideally self-drawn, right? But instead, you've just gone with something quite subtle and tasteful. So there it is. Look at that. 316. What made you put it there on the inside of your finger there? What made you choose that location of all the places? Please respond. Right, we are going over to the show. So yeah, Survivor Series stage because they want to fit more people in. They want to get as many people in as possible. LS Dub, hello. Hope you are well, buds. Shout out to you. We are going over to... have you noticed that they always start by showing Philadelphia? When the show starts, they don't show where we are. They always show this flipping stadium. Just so that you know, straight out the gates, WrestleMania is coming up. We are at the All-State Arena. This has seen some incredible moments. There is CM Punk arriving. Chicago's own CM Punk. Looking over at the fans. The fans are trying to peer over the fencing. And we're seeing what happened on Friday with Roman and Cody. Right. William said, I've got a 316 somewhere on my extended body part, but it's not my finger. There's a lot of jokes we could make there. Middle finger for Stone Cold and acknowledging finger for Roman. Very good. Very good. I thought it might be so you can have a look whilst you're looking down. Do you know what I mean? Like, you could just look down and just see it and just be like... have a little giggle. I'd put the word boobs there. That's what I'd do. I'd have the word boobs. So I'd be sitting here and I'd be like feeling a bit down or whatever. Like, oh man. You know. I'm too handsome. You know, whatever it is that gets you down. And then you have a look and you go, boobs. I think it could really lift up your day. I would say you can't do that now because you've put 316 there. But thankfully you do have another hand. All I'm saying is consider it. Yeah? No one needs to know. No one needs to know. You don't need to take a picture of it and share that one around. You've got your 316. Yeah? I do like the idea of you showing, like, your parents, like, yeah, I've got this. And they're like, there's something on your other hand. No, there's nothing on that one. No, I can see you got something on your other fit. No. There's nothing on that one. It's the reflection. It's the reflection of this one here. That's all that is, just reflecting off. No, it's become with a B. Leave it, Mom. Leave it, Jesus. God, Mum, you go on, don't you? You go on. Why don't you just leave me alone? Let me live my life. I've created a whole narrative for you now. I'm sorry to say you've fallen out with your parents. Right, here's Cody. We're starting off with Cody Rhodes. Right, let's go. What's he gonna say? What is he gonna say? He's probably gonna try and shake someone's hand again, isn't he? Oh God, do you know, it's got a pay-per-view feel, you know. It's got a pay-per-view feel, probably helped by the fact it feels identical to Survivor Series. Same building, same setup. Whoa. Boom. Comes out in a suit. Ladies and gentlemen. Cody, sign my dog. There's a guy that's got a sign that says sign my dog, and then he's got another sign of a dog. Look at that woman. There's a woman leaning over the barricade. She's like, she's going to fall over. She's going to face plant. That would have been so funny if she had face planted. Oh my God. James said Meltzer is saying that Matt Hardy visited Raw last week is a slap in the face to Tony Khan, AEW, and its fans. I don't feel that way. Did he say that when Bayley went to AEW? Did he say that was a slap in the face to WWE? Whoa! Cody Rhodes, Seth Rollins taking on The Rock and Roman Reigns. That is night 1. Night 2, of course. We've got this CGI bell. Is this new CGI? I feel like, I don't know if we've turned the CGI up a little bit here. Okay, Cody in the ring. I want Cody to come out and show a video message to Roman from his mom in bed with Cody, telling Roman Cody is now her tribal chief. William's been watching way too much porn. The new stage is too small, said Johnny. It's only for this week. It's only for this week. It's only so we can fit more people in the building. We are in Chicago, and we've brought CM Punk along. 15,000 tickets have been sold. So... here we go. Why you want to know? Chicago! Why you want to know? There was like a screechy noise there. It sounded like someone had like a bit of an air horn. I could say nothing. We're in that final awkward 2 weeks. The time for talk is nearly over. The time for action is almost here. Yeah, don't say nothing. We're in that awkward 2-week period. Boos for Roman. Roman said a lot. 38-4 KT-Boy said, I missed the big widescreen stage. It's only this week, but... everyone, calm down. Everyone's getting upset about the stage. It's only for this show. It's for this week. We're only in Chicago. Cody looks like a bank teller, said Zoom Station. All right. Mentions Roman, there's booze. Booze again. Roman referred to me as a politician. Roman sucks chance. Loud Roman sucks chants. Great crowd. Crowd are really up for this. He said, I've been making promises I can't keep. This city, more than any other, should know that when I make a promise, I keep it. Chicago being the site of All In. A man held up a sign asking if I'd be his best man. He's paying for the bachelor party as well, is he? The wrestling club, he's paid for them to go. Yeah, I mean, he's created a nightmare for himself, though, because everyone's going to ask him for stuff now. I dress how I dress. Can you imagine if he gets to that bachelor party and it's dull? Can you imagine if they're really boring people? Oh, I hope he goes and has a great time. Actually, no, I hope he goes, he has a rubbish time. I hope he gets there and they're all playing Dungeons and Dragons. Do you know what I mean? Cody walks in. What are we doing there tonight then, lads, eh? At the bachelor party. And they're like, well, you can be the gatekeeper. It's like, what? Oh, my God. That would be the best. You can be the dungeon master. Are we doing this all night, or? I mean, I've got money. We can get strippers. Don't diss Dungeons and Dragons, said Mitchell. Oh, I knew you as a dwarf. Level 12. You and your cousin can't have a what fest? What did he say? A what fest? Did he say wine fest? Oh dear. He say that, Dave? I don't need to see that. I can't do it alone, says Cody. Are we still talking about the Wankfest? I can't do it alone. Will you ride with me? Are we still talking about the Wankfest? Will you fight with me? Oh, we don't need that. Don't need people jumping over the barricade thinking they're going to help finish the story. What is finishing the story? Are we still talking about the Wankfest? This is my favourite promo ever. It's the greatest promo. Al said perv. Listen, finishing the story just took on a whole new message. Cody's pointing at the sign. We've got a big Cody thing in the crowd. Here's The Rock. The Rock interrupts. Wow. The Rock interrupts, so The Rock is on the show. They love that camera angle, don't they? They love the camera behind Cody. Gotta tell you, Cody was going on, man. It needed this. It needed an interruption. He's got Final Boss on the screen and everything. So The Rock making his way down to the ring. Red lasers shooting into the sky. Definitely caught people off guard. Final Boss Rock. It's a shame that those couple of people in the crowd sticking up their middle fingers. It's a shame that that news circulated, isn't it? About this being a potential. But great to see him all the same. And actually, as Cody was kind of, will you fight with me? Will you do with me? Pointing at the sign. It was all a bit safe. It was all a bit, not bland, but it was just, it's the kind of segment you'd be like, yeah, that was what it was. You know, it was Cody just saying a few words before WrestleMania, but not now. Not now that The Rock has come out. Okay, so The Rock looking out at the crowds. Let's go. Rock's got some extra juice. The people in the crowd flipping him off. I know, it's crazy. He has got the vest on. That vest, said A. Jobson. Watson said this was a genuine surprise. Zoom Station said final boss is here. David said the only way The Rock gets booed is if he puts down Pizza Punk and calls Michael Jordan a beep. Rock is huge compared to Cody. I mean, it's just this absolute lump of a man. Loud. I think are those Rocky chants. There's a few boos, but he is so electrifying and charismatic. Rock is standing in the corner. I'll bet you anything Roman didn't sign this off. I'll bet you anything Roman didn't know about this. We've got Rocky chants and we've got Rocky sucks chants. We've got a real swirl of noise at the moment. If you are just joining us, The Rock has come out. He is in the ring with Cody. Holy chants right now on Raw. And they're wise to let this breathe for a second because you know people are getting onto the phone to their mates going, listen, get on Raw right now. The Rock just came walking out. The Rock. Mitchell said, I'm actually half joking on you. I'm actually a halfling. A halfling? I don't even know what that is. So, Cody standing in the center, Rock over in the corner. They're not face to face, but they are facing each other. King Yeti said, what's up with the therapist vest? What do you see on this ink blot? It has got that sort of vibe to it on the front. This is awesome, is the chant. He ain't done that yet. This is awesome is the chant by the crowds. We've had this is awesome chants. We've had holy shiz chants. Mitchell said Roman being the third wheel in this is hilarious. CM Punk chants! CM Punk chants! Right now, we've got Cody and Rock face to face in a ring, and the crowd are chanting for CM Punk. Rock puts his arms out. Well, I think he's saying, I come in peace. It's interesting because you look at these two and it looks like The Rock should absolutely batter Cody. But The Rock has not had a match in a long, long time. Cody is the more active star, but Rock towers over him. He's bigger size-wise. I would like to see this match. What's he saying? He's whispered something to him. Rock whispered something to Cody. Rock whispered something to Cody, but I couldn't quite make it out. I'm not a lip reader, and there was a camera cut. And he's walking away. Rock whispers something to Cody. And walks away. He didn't say loads. Man, I wish I could be The Rock. Just go out there, walk out, crowd go mental, stand in the corner, whisper a couple of words to Cody, get out the ring. Rocky sucks chant. Rocky sucks. Rock's got a smile on his face. The crowd wanted to hear from The Rock. They wanted an electrifying segment. They sort of got it in a way, but The Rockers said something. Rock said, obey me or it's back to AEW for you, said Cleveland. Very good. Very good. Cody looks confused. Cody looks confused. Can Cody get mad? Well, he looks bemused, confused. We're backstage with Ricochet. Ricochet against JD McDonagh. Is that the right match next? Is that the right way to follow up The Rock and Cody? Ricochet against JD McDonagh. And I'd say, and immediately everyone's tuned out. As we go to commercial break. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What do you make of that? The Rock comes walking out. I do think it's a shame that those rumors had circulated earlier on social media. And actually, it did not go the way that we thought. I mean, the rumors were that they wanted to get a car for him to arrive in, and he didn't arrive in a car. We weren't shown a car. So I don't know. That still might have actually turned out to be fake news. That actually then also turned out to be correct. So I don't know on that front. But that aside, I thought Cody's segment was okay. It was paint by numbers. It was, what can I really say? He mentions The Rock. He mentions Roman. That he gets booed. He says, I need your help. If we're going to do this, I need all of you. Blah, blah, blah. All the usual stuff you would expect. And then The Rock comes out. And then, of course, we don't get anything. He just sort of whispers something and then walks away. Cody looks confused, and that's the end of the segment. So, what do we think? What do we think? What do we think? What's your new figure? What's my new figure? What do you mean? If I was to get a new figure, I really want to get that territory pack that's coming out. That's what I want to get. But I don't know when it's out. I think they said spring. If you said hello and have answered tonight, it's only because I feel a bit rubbish. Typing is hard. Oh, Trini, you know me. I'm very supportive. I'm sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that, Trini. Is it hard emotionally or physically? If it's emotionally, then I am going to go easy on you. If it's physically, I am going to take the P. I just need you to know. If it's because you've hurt your hand and it's actually hard to type, I'm going to have a lot of fun with that. But if it's like an emotional thing, listen, I'm a sensitive guy, yeah? Mitchell said, Rock whispered, scissors, acknowledge me. Well, hang on. If he whispers scissors, acknowledge me, how does he know what Cody is bringing? Cody might not be bringing paper. What if Cody's bringing Rock? Rock beats scissors. So if he goes scissors, acknowledge me. If I'm Cody, I'd go, oh, Rock, acknowledge me. Dwayne. Rock beats scissors, you douche. That's what I'd say. But I'd try and word it in like a better way, more poetic way. But yeah, what did he whisper? Did anyone work it out? That's what she said. Rock whispered to Cody, I know about your back. We're going to do that story again. Yes, but only this time with Cody. Let's go. Perhaps he whispered, I did it for The Rock. Ah, what if he might have whispered, I miss Vince? That'd be controversial, wouldn't it? Perhaps he whispered, did you hear what happened to Vince? Did you hear that thing about Brock Lesnar? Shocking, isn't it? And then he walked away. And Cody's like, what? Why are we talking about that? Hang on, what? Huh? Perhaps he went, did you see AEW on Wednesday? What do you think about Ospreay and AEW? Cody's like, what? Huh? Did you hear Mercedes has gone to... Did you hear Mercedes is the CEO? Huh? He's just trying to work it out. Why is he talking to me about this? I can get you 10% off Papa Tui products. Just hit me up, yeah? Huh? What Trini is saying, please send William and James to me as soon as possible. Oh, is that what she's saying? Send you lads round. No problem. No problem, we can do that. Like a care package. Send William and James round to Trini. They're on the way, Trini. Don't worry, Flower. They're on the way. Timothy said, what did the Rock whisper? He whispered that you can save 10% if you switch car insurance. That's what he whispered. I don't know. They just played it there. That's the easiest tweet in the world, isn't it? Easiest tweet in the world right now, and you should be doing it. What did you think The Rock just whispered? Wrong answers only, maybe. The Rock whispered, I have to go pee, and that's why he left. Very good. Very good. JWFCSC Wrestling said Days wasn't WWE originally going to have CM Punk Seth Rollins? Yes. Yes, they was. Mitchell said you left your jacket in the car and the lights on. What is that what he said? Is that what he said? Oh, here he is. The Rock. Yep. What did you just say? Go ask Cody. Go ask Cody. Right, we're in the backstage with the Judgment Day. We're in their hangout. There's Mummy. Mummy said, can you just let us know? I get that you want to go after your dad, but can you just let us know? Okay, Judgment Day. I'm sick and tired of the two of you being made to look like clowns. Oh. Damian Priest has got a plan. JD said he's got Ricochet's number tonight. So, Judgment Day don't want to be embarrassed again. One and only. Right, Ricochet versus Dominic Mysterio. The Rock said, who's your daddy? He said tonight something, I am only able to lip read the first part, like some, not all, not sure though, said Juan. DM Hunk. Oh, I think we might get DM Hunk stepping out during the CM Punk segment later. Okay, so Ricochet taking on JD McDonagh. Good to see The Rock straight after commercial break backstage. Kind of just plants a little seed which they can just reveal later in the show. Maybe the hope is that people will stick around because they want to know what The Rock said to Cody, and so it might be a way to keep a few viewers. Because to be honest, if you tuned in to see The Rock and all you saw was him just whisper something, there's a chance you might want to know what he whispered. So hopefully it gets revealed by the end of the show. They asked The Rock and The Rock said, ask Cody. Will Cody reveal that answer later in the show? Wrestle with Andy said, he said Rhea did it for Rikishi. Very good. He said, have you seen the new Wrestle with Andy tattoo? That's what he whispered. And then he had to remember that we've got another show to, the rest of the show we've got to get to, and he keeps getting told off. He keeps being told off if he sticks around too long, so he had to run away then. Right, Timothy said, he said, it's true, I do have LDS. Timothy, shout out to you. LDS. Little Dwayne syndrome. Very good. Trent said, The Rock said, tonight, you and me. Whoa, date nights. Hey, hitting Chicago. Hey, it's a nice, I tell you, there's probably some good places to go in all fairness. Go get a deep dish, hey? James said, new t-shirt incoming. Rock arrives, whispers, then leaves. Alex said, I read the lips. Rock said, tonight, I'm gonna make you bleed. Is that what he said? Is that what he said? Tonight, I'm gonna make you bleed. The Rock said, your Stardust costume is waiting. Your Stardust costume is waiting for you in your locker. Very good. Very good. He said he did it for Rikishi. He whispered boats and hoes, said El Leon. I think he said, tell Dustin I'm coming. Wow. The Rock on Dynamite this week. Actually, Dustin doesn't make Dynamite. Rampage? I don't know. Are we going to see The Rock on Rampage on Friday? Imagine that if he did pop up in AEW, laid out Dustin Rhodes. Oh my god. He said, watch Wrestling Days. That Corey, you win. Corey, you win. That is definitely what he said. That is definitely what he said. He said, Wrestling Days is doing a live watch along at this moment right now. Wrestling Days and his community, they're watching us right now. That's cool, isn't it? That's what he said. I read that. I'm a master lip reader, like Yoda. Have not heard about Gable Steveson in a while, said Inside Out and again. Yeah, no, he was doing some dark matches, wasn't he? Was it the end of last year, early this year? He's still on the payroll, but they don't know what to do with him, do they? They really don't know what to do with him. He whispered Chelsea Green in a Samantha Irvin. What if he whispered Cody Rhodes in a Chelsea Green Samantha Irvin voice? Cody Rhodes! He just did that and walked away. Cody Rhodes! And then off he went. And Cody's like, what? What does that mean? What does that mean? I'd love it if it was like super, super cryptic. And we just, you know what I mean? He looked confused because he genuinely didn't know what he meant. What if he went like, the Russian swan will strike at dawn, or something like that? You know, something that makes no sense whatsoever. Okay, it's like the Russian. What does he mean? The Russian? Oh, Jesus Christ! It could be super cryptic. This could be the new White Rabbit, and we've got to try and work it out. He said, "My bad. This one's on me." Said Algebra. Very good. George said, Rock whispering that a hot dog is indeed a sandwich. Ooh, that's not a debate I've heard before. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Oh, I've never heard that. We've got one over here, which is a Jaffa cake a cake or a biscuit? But that won't work for you because I don't think you have Jaffa cakes. They're called Jaffa cakes. They've got a slight spongy base. They've then got like an orange disc. Yeah? Very strange. An orange flavored, quite zingy as well. Disc covered in chocolate. That's a Jaffa cake. I don't think you have them in America, but I don't know. And there's a big debate as to whether that is a biscuit or a cake. But I don't think I don't recall ever hearing the debate about is a hot dog a sandwich. To me, it isn't. I don't class it as a sandwich, but then it is a filling within sort of like bread. That's an interesting one. Dark Knight said it's not up for debate. Of course, a hot dog is a sandwich. You think it is? I don't class it as a sandwich. If someone went, do you want a sandwich? I wouldn't think, yeah, God, I fancy a hot dog. Oh, that wouldn't even, that doesn't work. That's a bit like, is a burger a sandwich? That's more difficult, isn't it? I class a burger as a burger. I class a hot dog as a hot dog. But do they live in the sandwich family? I don't know. Have we got any scientists around? Is there any scientists with us that can sort this out? Rock whispered, how you doing? Just like Joey from Friends. How you doing? Let's go. Let's go. Is a pizza an open-face sandwich? No, I think we're going too far. I think a hot dog's a hot dog, a burger is a burger, a pizza is a pizza, a sandwich is a sandwich. I think, don't they just live in their own worlds? Why does a hot dog need to be a sandwich? Why does it need to be classed as a sandwich? Why can it not be classed as a hot dog? Why have you got to put everything in a box? Why have we got to put a label on everything? Why can't we just let the humble hot dog be? I have never heard this. I'm ever so confused. A hot dog is a hot dog. I'm glad we've sorted that. A hot dog is a flipping hot dog. And you heard it here first. Right, we are underway with Ricochet and JD McDonagh. AR1 said The Rock whispered barbecue or Chinese. What if he came out and he went, you've gone over your time allotment. You need to wrap this up. You've gone too long. You've embarrassed yourself here, Cody. You've gone too long. We have got the rest of the show to get on with. Yeah. You should really hit your time cues. I'd love it if he came out and said that. You need to learn to hit your time cues. You've gone long. The irony of that coming from The Rock. Amazing. Johnny said, what if The Rock was talking about Liv showing her he came out and he went, did you see Liv's bangers last week? We can't rule it out, Johnny. We cannot rule it out. It was a big talking point. Mitchell said, Google the definition of sandwich. Yeah, this is where it's all going to be. This is where... Well, let's Google it first. I Googled the definition of Google, which was not the wisest thing to do. Definition. JD going for the cover on Ricochet, but Ricochet gets his shoulder up. An item of food consisting of 2 pieces of bread with a filling. Hot dog's not a sandwich then? You don't get 2 pieces of bread, do you? So, because it's not cut completely in half, it's not a sandwich. An item of food consisting of 2 pieces of bread with a filling between them, eaten as a light meal. It's not a sandwich. It is not 2 pieces of bread. It is one roll with a slit down the middle. Right? Maybe you might get some freak hot dog somewhere where you do get 2 pieces. I don't know. I don't get to them places. Reverse runner off the middle rope there by Ricochet. Ricochet coming over. Nice. Recoil as JD goes down and Dominic puts his foot on the rope. Dominic interferes. Dom puts JD's foot on the rope. Ricochet is going up. Top rope. Oh, splashes down. Double knees. 1, 2. Oh, JD. Almost getting the 3. But no biscuit. There we go. What do you think The Rock said to Cody, said Robert? Wow, we've been debating that for a good 10 minutes or so. I think he said, you smell. You smell. Like that. I hate you. And your stupid face. And your stupid dog. I just slapped Pharaoh backstage. Perhaps it was that. I just kicked your dog in the balls. Could you imagine that? Imagine that. Imagine you're standing in the ring. The Rock comes down and tells you that he just kicked your dog in the balls. I mean, that's going to mess with your head, innit? Especially if your dog's not backstage. Oof. Well, I'm still thinking about the sandwich situation. VMAX said the hot dog debate is simple. There's no debate. What debate? We've cleaned it up. It's by itself and on a special roll. Therefore, it's not a sandwich. The menus classify them separately. Boom. BBB Ipsy said, loophole, hot dog on a submarine sandwich. That stops being a hot dog then. Doesn't that become a sausage sandwich? It's not a hot dog. It's a sausage sandwich. When does a hot dog turn into a sausage sandwich? I think if you're going to put sausage between two pieces of bread, it's a sausage sandwich. If you put it in a roll or cob that's got a slit down the middle and you put that in, that is then a hot dog. I'm stunned that we're having to have this conversation. I'm stunned. I would have thought that a lot of you would have had the life experience to have had a hot dog by now, or to know the difference. But here we are, handing out life lessons, just chucking them around. But it's okay. It's okay. We're here for we serve a lot of purposes, not just to enjoy wrestling, but to, I think, hand out some life lessons. Dort Knight said, how come we buy chocolate sandwiches but there's no bread involved? Well, I feel like they are maybe taking liberties with the word sandwich. It is, if something is sandwiched, it is in between two things. It's like if I get stuck between two rocks, I can say I'm sandwiched. I'm sandwiched between two rocks, but I'm not food. And neither are the rocks. So I think that there are maybe some liberties that get taken. So that ice cream sandwich is two wafers which act as bread with a filling which is the filling. So the sandwich term is applied, but that is not the definition. The definition on Google, which is what I live my life by, says two pieces of bread. Ricochet kicks out. Someone tweeted Ricochet saying Samantha should be his manager, and he responded with eyes emojis. Yes. I mean, that would be fun, but I don't know that she's going to step away from announcing. Most played superstars: number 5, Randy; number 4, Rhea; number 3, Jay; number 2, Roman; number 1, Bruno Sammartino. No, Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Rocks aren't food. Speak for yourself, says Gwen. Wow. Each to their own, buds. Each to their own. Right, Ricochet going to the outside. Look at that massive picture of a child. It's a massive picture of a kid. Why is that a thing? Ricochet is in the corner. Dominic tries to distract again. Dominic distracting. Oh, he jumps down. And Ricochet, chuck him out of there, ref. You do it. Come on, you're out of there! Oh, it was just a very simple you. out of there. I feel like you could have jazzed it up a bit more. I've seen refs doing all of this. Out of there. Ricochet lands on JD. Oh, and he gets the 3. Tell you what, the match was fine. Had some fun moments, but that crowd was so into it that it really felt like the greatest match I've ever seen. Ricochet. Days, what if The Rock said to Cody, meet me at Walmart after the show, and when you show up to Walmart, you'll see me with Brandy. You ain't getting Brandy in a Walmart, mate. She wouldn't be seen dead in a Walmart. People compare Priest to Corbin, Otis, and Theory when that isn't fair, said A. Jobson. He hasn't failed the cash-in horribly. He just had very limited chances of success. Alchemouser said pizza is a sandwich. Come on. There is CM Punk. He's got a belt. CM Punk's got a belt. Live next, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. He's got a Chicago Cubs belt. Yeah, walking around with the belt. Let's go. Let's go. I hope he carries it around and calls himself the People's Champion. I'm the People's Champion now. Oh, is DM Hunt gonna get involved? Oh my god. Oh my god. We're eating so good. I can't believe nearly 50 minutes of tonight's show's already gone. Nearly 50 minutes. So he's making his way down to the ring. We are at commercial break. So we will be back with CM Punk in a moment. CM Punk with the 24/7 title. Oh, it's so good seeing him walking around with a belt. I know the belt means nothing, but him walking with a belt backstage felt right. Looked right. Felt right. It was right. Everything about it was right. Cody looks angry and frustrated, said Kian, after what was whispered. Defcon Prime said, The Rock said, I'm going to make you break character. I just farted. Well, it didn't work, did it? He just looked confused. He didn't break character. So if that's what he said, I think Cody did very, very well. He did very, very well. Punk has a Chicago Cubs MLB belt. He does. That's a new partnership that they've got. They're selling these new MLB championships. So I'm sure they appreciate him advertising those. Right, I think he said, see you at Mania, bye for now. But in Daisy's voice said, see you at Mania, bye for now. That'd be nice. That'd be a lovely little nod to this community. I hope it does turn out to be that. Right. We are getting closer. The Rock whispered, you overflowed the toilet. There's water coming out of your bus backstage. Just thought I'd let you know. And that's it. He went again. That'd be awesome. I'd love that. Mitchell said, if Punk wants real heat, he'd put an X on it. Would that get him real heat? Would that get him? I don't really know MLB, to be honest. But I think that Chicago is going to lose its flipping mind when he goes walking out there. That's what I think. I think the best live stream that Days did was Survivor Series. I don't know how many times I've watched that, says Eric. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, my friends. I was stunned, I've said before. I think, I keep saying it, but when something surprising happens, I think if it's a surprise, whatever, you pop to it, right? You react to it. But there is a level above that as well, which is just where it does not go in, and you can't believe what you're seeing. Like, it doesn't compute. It just won't. You're seeing it and you don't believe it. It's like shock in a way. And that's only ever happened to me a few times with wrestling. But certainly CM Punk, that moment, which I think it's the most shocked I've ever been on a live stream, was when he actually did walk out at Survivor Series. Greatly helped by the fact the dirt sheets were saying it's not happening, right? I really didn't think it was going to happen. So in my mind, it weren't happening. It's not like there was rumor. You see, the problem is, like The Rock tonight, there was rumors it might happen. We spoke about those rumors before the show. So to me, I'm sort of already mentally prepared that it could go that way, you know? But with the CM Punk one, I was not. I didn't even go into it really thinking there was a chance. So caught me off guard, caught me by surprise. Yeah. And the other one was the end of the streak. Did not expect Brock to beat Undertaker at WrestleMania 30. No way. No way did I think the streak was ending. Which is strange in retrospect if you think about how old the Undertaker was. And, you know, the fact that Brock is Brock. It's kind of crazy to think that I didn't think that, but I didn't. I hold my hands up to it. That definitely caught me off guard. Timothy said the question is, how is The Rock gonna make Cody bleed tonight? Is that what was said then? Are we convinced that that's have we had a lip reader that has decoded it? Timothy said, it's true. I watched the replay. The Rock said, tonight, I'm going to make you bleed. Okay. Well, that's my front runner then. As to what was said. What's that, 11th? 11th consecutive TV sellout. Yeah, but you do only set it up for a certain number of people, don't you? Right, CM Punk making his way out. Young Fatty said, have you ever put peanut butter on a scrambled egg sandwich? No. But that does sound like it would work really well. That does sound like it would work well. Peanut butter on a scrambled egg sandwich. I might have fried egg instead, though. Fried egg with peanut butter might work. Don't tend to put scrambled egg on a sandwich, to be honest. You could do it. I think it's little bits, though, in it. They might fall out as you pick it up. I don't know. I don't think I've ever done that. Here's CM Punk. Peanut butter. I don't mind a bit of peanut butter. Don't mind a bit of it. I ain't American. You lot love it, don't you? You cover yourselves in it. Have sex games with it and everything, but I don't go that far. Here's CM Punk making his way down to the ring. It's a good pop. It's a good reaction, and it's great to see him. But Larry said, I just changed the channel. What? To the show or off from the show? You can't want to miss CM Punk, surely. Surely you can't want to miss CM Punk. CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. Pants off, peanut butter on, said Jason. That is what The Rock whispered to Cody Rhodes. Pants off, peanut butter on. Let's go. No wonder he looks so confused. No wonder he looks so confused. Right, CM Punk jumps out the ring, goes over. Oh, greets Samantha Irvin. You love to see it. That'll play well on social media. CM Punk showing some love to Samantha Irvin. That'll play well. Punk jumps on the table. Punk jumps on the table, holds up the microphone. So Punk was on the commentary table. He jumps off, goes back into the ring. Let's see what CM Punk has got to say. Can you say sex games in the voice of Regal, said Rory. Sex games! Matt, NXT would be so much more fun, wouldn't it? Imagine that. End of the year. NXT sex games. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. With special guest Rhea Ripley. There's a lot of things I want to say, said CM Punk. Where's DM Hunk? Where's DM Hunk? Wow, loud, mate. Loud. Loud, mate. Yeah, you can hear that screechy noise again. It's like a broken air horn. CM Punk's going to be at Mania. How's my elbow? It's not great. Elbow not great. And his mouth works. April. Shout out to April. Yeah. From the Turtles. Are you going to host? Yeah, be the hosts. Ten years ago, I would have thought hosting WrestleMania was beneath me, but I want to be in front of you people. Yeah, but you're injured. Doesn't matter. Why don't you try and be a referee? Is there a title match? So he sort of teases the referee thing. A lot of people talk about me. They need to talk about me. I listened to the Experience and the Drive-Thru. What? Cornette? Cornette? Did he say I listened to the Experience and the Drive-Thru? Was that a shout-out for Cornette? Mate, if he's just said that... Dudes. I mean, Cornette's the biggest anti-AEW voice you'll find. Oh my god, he is just dropping so much for social media to just gobble up right now. Yeah, social media's losing their minds over all this. Okay. Someone that's not talked about me, hasn't said a word. The Rock. Oh. Oh, man. 10 years ago, he realized his arms were too short to box with God. Oh, God. And then there's Drew. Oh, God. Oh, God, it's so good. Everything's so good. Unseen's going to be like a day long. I don't live on the internet. Oh, Drew's coming out. Oh, my God. Drew's coming out. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This Raw just keeps going. Here you go. Here you go. Do you want some more? Do you want some more? Do you want another talking point? Turn off his stupid song, said CM Punk. No one wants to listen to that. And they do turn it off. No, they've done him dirty. Get your ass in here. Oh, my God. Drew, you've started summer. You need to be able to finish this. I hope you can hang with God. Oh, God. Compare this to Cody's bland promo and explain why Cody is good. Drew said, I'd love to get to that ring. Don't you remember what happened the last time we were in the ring together? I told you I prayed for this. Are you a Scottish psychopath in a kilt or an internet troll in a skirt? Oh my God. This is divine intervention. Are you an internet troll in a skirt? Let's find out. I've never had to put another man's name on a t-shirt to sell it. Drew takes... Oh, look, Drew. Drew jumps on the commentary table. You don't do drugs, but you spend all your time in rehab. I don't hate you. You complete me. Drew says, you complete me. I think about CM Punk and I get the job done. Come into this ring and speak into my good ear. Look at the intensity from Punk. Just like the people in Chicago, you've probably got a weapon in there and you'll try and take me out. Punk's lying down in the ring. Drew's crossing his legs on the commentary table. I love this. This is such a great segment. I want you to be there. I want you to have a front row seat. Drew has always been the chosen one. Who chose you? What was his name? Who chose you? What was his name? Oh my God. Oh my God. Tell me his name. Who chose you? It certainly wasn't the good people of Chicago. Oh my God. Oh my God. This segment's got me on the floor, man. This segment's got me on the floor. Oh my God. This is what wrestling looks like, guys. This is what actual wrestling looks like. Well, not actually wrestling, but oh my God, what a segment. Segment of the year. Segment of the year. Oh my God. Oh, now Seth's coming out. Oh, CM Punk goes down to his knees. Now that Seth's coming out. Oh my God. AEW, take notes. We've all got to take notes. We'll never see anything as good as this ever again. Oh God, what a line, man. What a line. That line. I'm the chosen one. Yeah, but who chose you? Tell me his name. Oh my God. And all Drew could do was smile back like... You got me, didn't you? You got me. It's all well and good saying you're the chosen one, but if the person that chooses you is Vince McMahon, who's being investigated for these allegations and we're not allowed to mention him anymore, can you really brag about that? He just threw it right back in his face. Right back in his face. He deaded him. He deaded him. That was a fatality shot right there. That was a headshot. CM Punk got the better of Drew in that exchange. Drew did a lot of talking. CM Punk came in with the kill shots. Drew had the shirts. And again, he killed him as well when he said that line about, I've never needed another man's name on to sell a shirt. And it was just as Drew was exposing another shirt that had CM Punk written on it. Oh, and the segment's still going, man. I'm still reliving what we've just had. Seth is in the ring face to face with CM Punk. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chicago. There is a cheer for Seth. Segment of the year contender. It's done it for me. It's done it. This is segment of the year. Now that we've firmly established whose show this is, whose show this has been, CM Punk's... Nah, mate, nah. So, Drew is sat with the commentary team. CM Punk and Seth are in the ring. Dude, your sign is way too big. I ain't reading all that. It can be your show. But this is my city. It can be your show, but this is my city. If you two morons... You don't get to make decisions about the WrestleMania match when you're not even in it. Why not take a poll of the city of Chicago? What are we doing? WrestleMania 40. Drew. Seth. Should CM Punk be on commentary? Is there a cheer for that? Are they going to move him into that ref spot? This fire still burns sign. Are they chanting referee? I don't want him in that spot. That's his counting arm right there. So CM Punk shows that he can do the count. CM Punk said, I don't think I could be objectively fair. So loose as well, having Drew on the outsides. It just feels like anything can happen at any moment. I don't know where they're trying to get to with this. If they're trying to get to him being like the referee. Seth says, John, no, I think. No. No. I don't think anything about you. You've not crossed my mind since the last time we were in this ring. I don't give a damn about you. CM Punk doing the 3 count was hilarious, said Austin. You need me to have a moment at WrestleMania. I like the idea of you on commentary, you narrating my finest hour. Do what you want at WrestleMania. Stay out of my way. So Seth tells him to stay out of my way. So he said he's going on commentary. I'll make you both interesting. I'll make you both interesting. Wow. Punk on commentary. The wife getting mentioned. Drew said you don't get the last word, Punk. You're obsessed with me, said Drew. Punk walking away. I love how we're blurring the lines here. Look, Punk's not even sticking around to hear this. Oh, super kick there by Seth. Seth delivers a super kick to Drew. And a curb to Drew as well. CM Punk looking at Seth, who just delivered a super kick and a curb. Seth getting out the ring, and he's walking past CM Punk. He was about to barge into Punk, but Punk just sort of moved slightly out the way. Shinsuke Nakamura. I feel like that segment overran. I feel like it had too much time. I feel like it's the segment of the year up until Seth comes out, actually. And then as soon as Seth comes out, I think it sort of got a bit loose, and I don't think what Seth added really provided much. They teased him doing something at WrestleMania. The crowd wanted him to be referee. It's not the direction that I would go personally, because I just think that whoever loses is going to be blaming CM Punk, and he doesn't like either person. So I don't know. I just kind of think like I would have him as a host. I think there's a lot more you can do with him as a host. I'd much prefer him. I don't like him on commentary either. I mean, I suppose him being around for that match is fine. But yeah, the crowd were quite clear. They wanted him to be the referee, and I feel like we didn't deliver that. Meek Mill WrestleMania. Meek Mill WrestleMania. So it looks like Meek Mill will be there in some official capacity. Wow. I tell you what, this actually feels... So yeah, as soon as Seth came out, I feel like it went down a little bit, because we ended up teasing something that we've not delivered. We've teased him being the ref, and that's not what the crowd got. The crowd seemed all right with him being on commentary, but with those two options, they would have took the ref, and that's not what they got. So, and I don't know that there was really too many kill shots that were delivered when Seth came out there. All in all, though, is it still the segment of the year? I tell you what we'll do. We'll grade that segment, shall we? What did you think about that segment? What did you think about that segment? Do you think it's an all-time segment? Do you think it was just great? Do you think Seth coming out really did derail it? Or perhaps you think when Seth came out it got better? I don't know. For me, the stuff between CM Punk and Drew was amazing. CM Punk on his own was fantastic. CM Punk and Drew was fantastic. CM Punk with Seth not as good, but still in the running for segment of the year, man. There's moments in that Vince line is, it's a kill shot, man. It's a kill shot. You're the chosen one. Who told you that? There's no way he can say Vince. He can't mention his name, and he doesn't even need to, because we all know who it was. Oh, and it's a shot at Vince as well. It's CM Punk saying, like, I can't remember exactly how he worded it. It's like he said, was it someone that's the epitome of good virtues? I don't think so. It certainly wasn't the good people of Chicago. It's a shot at Vince on WWE TV. What is this world that we're living in, man? It's just phenomenal. It was phenomenal. That bit there, wow. Him saying who chose you. Oh, you know that Punk hates Vince. Yeah, I don't know that he comes back if Vince is still there. I really don't. Muse said, I bet the ref gets taken out by the bloodline and then Punk has to finish the job. I'd be a lot more on board with that. I'd be a lot more on board if it's a case that the ref is taken out and CM Punk doesn't quite know what to do. I mean, I suppose there might be a bit of a plot hole of like, well, they'll have a backup ref that you can, you know, how many times have we seen a ref come running down? So, I mean, we definitely could have a substitute ref. I'd take that more over him being the official ref from the start of it. I feel like his Triple H is watching with us tonight, said William. Days, this is on pace to be Raw of the year, said Jam4401. Yeah. How can it not be? I mean, we start off with a surprise Rock appearance, Cody opening the show, decent match with, I mean, maybe it could have been a bit better, but still a decent match with Ricochet and JD. And that segment, I genuinely think is in the running for segment of the year. Genuinely think it's in the running for segment of the year. There was moments in that promo from CM Punk that I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I could not believe what I was hearing. The Rock asked Cody if Nia Jax was a Rhea Ripley sandwich. Right, we've got a New Day Snickers. New Day Snickers commercial. Now we're going on to Ivy. God, we got so much that we've still got to fit in. Ivy Nile taking on Candice LaRae. Candice LaRae. Wow. Wow. Meat Mill as well. It doesn't really mean much to me, but I know there'll be a lot of people excited about Meat Mill being in an advert. Seemingly going to be at WrestleMania in some capacity. I've never had to have another man's name on my shirt to sell that shirt. Oof, that was a kill shot as well, man. I want to watch it again. I really want to sit down and watch it again. I can't talk about that segment for hours. Rock CM Punk was only the 11th craziest thing. Oh, I could talk about that for yeah, the stuff he said about how boxing with God. 10 years ago, he found out his arms were too short to box with. That was a great moment as well, wasn't it? And yeah, you could be right. That might be the 11th on the list of like key moments. I really, really want to watch it again from start to finish. Make sure that I've got everything. Oh, hello. Candice has gone down. She's grabbed a hold of her leg. She's telling Indy to attack Ivy on the outsides. So Candice wants Indy. Indy doesn't know what to do. And she doesn't do it. She doesn't do it. Indy does not attack Ivy whilst Ivy was down on the outside. Candice uses the ropes and gets the win. So it's a victory. It's a victory for Candice. Right, we've got to end the poll for that segment. Right, let's go. 50% all time, 36% great, 10% good, 2% bad. That is all time 50%. Wow. Wow. Right, well, who's in the background? Is that Heyman? Who's Heyman talking to? Drew? Heyman talking to Drew in the background? Oh my god, this show just keeps serving, doesn't it? Just keeps on serving. Here's New Day, Awesome Truth, DIY. New Day against DX. Right. So you're scoring that last match, Candice and Ivy. We need the score for that. New Day versus DX and Awesome Truth will be on commentary. Drew and Paul Heyman talking quite a bit. I didn't even know Heyman was there, actually. Didn't even know he was there. Jeez, what a show. What a show. Defcon said, other than toy hunts, any food looking forward to in Florida? Am I looking forward to any food in Florida? Yeah. There's one restaurant that we have been to that I think might be my favorite restaurant in the world. I don't really go around the world, so it's my world is a small world. I don't really go to many places, but there's a place, I think it's called Manny's. And they did have a chain of restaurants. I don't know how many they've got now, but it's a pretty simple place. I mean, you go in, they've got like license plates all around. It's all wooden. It's got a great bar. It's like they do burgers and steaks and, you know, the stuff that you'd expect to find. I would imagine in America, it's probably nothing special. I'd imagine in America, you just trip over those places, but it's got a great atmosphere. Really a great beer. I mean, it's cold, it's fresh, it's, you know, everything you want. The steaks are cooked to perfection. They bring like salad to your table. It's you know, they're literally tossing it at the side of the table and then they serve it up. It's all, everything's fresh, everything is beautiful. And we've been there a few times and we just always have a great night. It's just always a great night. We always enjoy the food, always enjoy the atmosphere. It's just a great place. So I'm really, really excited to go there, actually. I'm really excited to go there. It's one of my favorite places to visit if ever we go to Florida. One of my absolute favorites. But to be honest, we will go there, but I'm looking for recommendations. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put a post up on the channel that says, you know, Days is off to Florida. And I'm going to ask for people to, you know, send me your recommendations. Where do I need to check out? What do I need to film? Where do I need to go? I've kind of got loads of stuff written down, but I'd like to just get it all in one place because after WrestleMania, a few weeks after WrestleMania, that's it, I'm off. I think it's like 3 weeks time I'll be in America. So I'm there for 2 weeks. You're gonna have to bear with me because I am gonna still try and do unseen videos. I am still going to do live streams, but you're going to have to bear with me because it might not be that we start as early. It might not be that they go up as timely as they usually do. You know, I'm going to really do my best whilst I'm over there, and there will be content, plenty of content, loads of toy hunts on the way. Unseen videos I will continue to do, live streams I will continue to do. So, you know, I'm still going to try and deliver all that whilst going out in the day and trying to experience what America can give us. So yeah, I'm excited. So Manny's, I believe it's called Manny's. I really love that place. Other than that, I mean, honestly, everything, when you go abroad on holiday or whatever, everything's amazing. This is gonna sound stupid, but me going into a 7-Eleven is gonna be like, you know, Charlie going into the chocolate factory. Do you know what I mean? Like, all your candy bars are gonna be different. The drinks you have, there'll be some that are different. Just everything in there is gonna be like, oh. So even going to a 7-Eleven, I'll be impressed. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's the same as like if you lot came over to the UK. Do you know what I mean? Like, you'd go into places, you'd go into pubs and you'd be like, whoa, what's this? Or you'd be going to like different places in the UK, and obviously the differences will stand out. So I'm really looking forward to it. George Vlogs said, I just got here. What did The Rock say to Cody? We don't know. What did Drew say to Seth and Punk? What other highlights happened? I seem like I've missed a big Raw. Dude, you missed loads. There's no way I can tell you everything that got said in that segment. I reckon it went a good half an hour, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, something like that. And what wasn't said? I mean, CM Punk went off, man. Rather than me telling you what happened, find the segment. It's one of those. I know it's a bit of a rubbish answer, but it's the right answer. It really stands a chance of being segment of the year. 50% of people said it was all time. Right, no entrances again. We know that we're pushed for time here. So no entrances again, and we're almost at the halfway point. 10 and 16. So that last match was 69% good. Oh, I tell you what, the matches are sort of letting us down tonight. Matches are sort of letting us down. Ricochet and Dominic was 97% good. Then we didn't have anything else until we got to that Ivy match. That was our second match, and that was 69% good. And now we've got DIY taking on the New Day. Regeneration X. Awesome Truth on commentary. Right. Days, let me know when you're streaming on holiday. No one wants to watch or hear going on about a holiday. I'm going to unsubscribe for 2 weeks. Okay. DIY versus New Day. Pushed for time on a 3-hour show. It's so stacked tonight, man. So stacked tonight. Did you see Paul Heyman talking to Drew McIntyre? Yes, buds. Halftime score 8.9 says Robert. Yeah, we'll do it once we get to the next commercial break. Scottish Nightmare said, I'm not bothered. I don't really watch Raw for matches. But what returns will we see after WrestleMania? Could Vince come back? No. Shane, Shane a bit more likely, but I don't expect him. R-Truth says we'll be right back with action, and it makes the Miz laugh as well. What have we got for the rest of the night? Well, Sami will be good. Sami in action against Big Bronson Reed. That'll be enjoyable. Jey Uso, I believe, is in action against Shinsuke, which is a bit random, in all fairness. So we've got that. Andrade in action will be good, but sadly it's Giovanni Vinci. I mean, Andrade against Ivar would have been fun. Would have been a decent match. But yeah, that's what we've got. It does feel like it needs another big segment, doesn't it, really, to take us from hour 2 into hour 3, or like a big main event. Like if Randy Orton was having a grudge match against someone in the main event, kind of feels like we need that. But it's the problem is that we are building to WrestleMania, so all of our big juicy feuds are at WrestleMania. So this is a great show that has provided great moments, great talking points. But I think as we get into hour 3, there ain't nothing that's going to be able to match that CM Punk segment. But how can it? I think we are talking about a all-time segment. I mean, 50% of people that voted said it was all-time. King Yeti said, great stream, toss salads and 69s. Oh, I don't remember talking about 69s, but I'm definitely here for them. Well, here for the halftime scores. Here we go.
Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Right, get in your scores then. Get in your scores. Okay, so Norma said 8.25. Al said 8.2. Jarrett says 8. Ribby said 8.37. I Am Your Father said 9. King Yeti said 8. Joe said 8.5. Billy said 8.6. Joseph said 8.7. D-Mac said 8. Triton Cascade said 9. Eric says 8.5. Mr. Unfamiliar said 8.9999999. Melanie said 9. Mitchell said, I'm going to give this Raw the 8 club rating. It's been great so far. I hope it doesn't drop off. Or the rest of the show. Tal Ula said 9. Let Him In said 8. Theodore said 8.5. Eric says 8. Denise said 9. Sandy says 8. Zoom Station said 7. Trey with a 7, Brony with an 8, Chris with an 8.75, Amy with an 8.5, Let Him In with an 8, Paul with an 8, Jay said 9, segments 9, matches 6, average 8. Oh, that's fair. I think that's very fair. Ari says, because the matches haven't been that long, to be honest, so the segments have been a lot longer. So I don't think the matches would bring the score down all that much. I'm definitely in the 8s. And that is, if you've watched this channel, you will know that is rare for me. But this is what the 8s look like. This might even be like an 8.5. Like, oh, Judgment Day have come down. Oh my God. Judgment Day have come down. Now we've got a big brawl. So, Judgment Day, chucking. New Day around. DIY around. So, are Awesome Truth going to help out, or are they just sitting on commentary? They're coming back. Ah. Dirty Dom with a big splash. Now Xavier is trying to fight back. Miz gets in the ring. R-Truth says, I'm on commentary tonight. Ah! Miz gets planted. Right there, look. Tonight on commentary, look, Judgment Day are coming after R-Truth. Go to commercial break. Go to commercial break. You want a break? They grab R-Truth. They throw R-Truth into the ring. Oh, R-Truth lays out Finn. Lays out Dirty Dom. Come on, R-Truth. Take down there by Truth. Come on, R-Truth. Oh, Damian Priest. Grabs R-Truth. Razor's Edge. Razor's Edge. Now Balor's going up there, holding R-Truth down. Oh! That was a good-looking coup de grace, man. That was a good-looking coup de grace. Oh. R-Truth and everyone attacked. Right, we're backstage. Oh, here's Cody. We might get the answer. We might get the answer. Here we go. Here we go. He told me to speak to you. Apologies. I don't want to repeat. It was a promise he can't keep. Is it about the I'm going to make you bleed by the end of tonight? It's a promise he can't keep. It's a promise he can't keep. Austin said coup de grace has got to be the worst move to take. R-Truth is my hero, said Danny D. K-Dub said Motor City Machine Guns better be in that match. Enrique said, did Days forget he won the briefcase? What, did Damien forget he won the briefcase? What do you mean? Jessica said, would love to see the Hardy Boys come back and help fight against the Judgment Day. Chris said, Cody said, because there's no way I'm putting out that darn Stardust outfit. TJ said, Days, have an amazing trip. I do still want your live reaction if Bo and Wyatt 6 return. Yes, I mean, we're doing this after WrestleMania. There will be no interruption with WrestleMania. It's been planned to go afterwards, so things should settle down a little bit. It should settle down a little bit. Oh, Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV on Discovery Plus. Hey, so I don't know if you've ever seen the channel. There's a channel called Bright Sun Films or something, and they do those videos about abandoned places and bankrupt businesses and whatever. And I've watched that channel for years and years and years. I don't watch it all the time, just, you know, if ever it gets a new video recommended. And there was a Nickelodeon Studios one that was recommended, which I thought I had seen before, but it said it had only been up 3 months. So I was like, so I watched it, and he's basically redone it, basically. He said, I did do one 8 years ago, but, you know, I think there's a lot more to talk about now. And he talks about Nickelodeon Studios from Universal Studios in Orlando. And it's brilliant. It's brilliant. He really goes into detail about what happened, why it's not there anymore, what it's used for now. Love all that kind of stuff. Really interesting. So, yeah, a little advert there for the dark side of kids' TV. It just made me think about that video. I love that channel, said Dark Thunder. Yeah, they're brilliant, aren't they? Great videos. Great videos. I do love that kind of thing. I mean, it must take ages to research and make those kinds of videos, you know. I have looked at that and been like, oh man, that does look fun. That kind of stuff, you know. Those channels that talk about things that used to be in Disney that now are closed down. And there's a part of Disney that used to have an attraction that they don't use anymore, and like you can see all the weeds and everything kind of growing and basically starting to consume it. I don't know if they've redone that area now or not, but I love all that kind of stuff. So yeah, very cool. Wasn't Ivar fighting Andrade? Yes, but just before the show, Adam Pearce put an announcement out that he is not medically cleared. Defcon Prime said, did you download yourself in the game? No, is there a Wrestling Days been done, is there? No, I haven't. I've not even seen it. I shout out, did you do it? Shout out to whoever did it. But no, I don't even have 2K24. So, but very cool. If you do select me, if you do download me, you better make me win. Better make me win. I don't want to. Don't you dare send me any video clips of me jobbing out, right? It will not be tolerated. Days, if you are down in Miami, then there is a wrestling pub that's named Union that you should check out. Oh, thank you. That's interesting. I don't know if we're going there, actually. Right, WWE Next Gen. So this is the tryouts. Some maybe future stars that we might see. I'd imagine they'll have some people on here that maybe haven't shown yet that maybe might start up as a result of this. Right, we're backstage with Gunther. Kathy Kelly. Okay, so Gunther. Sami, deep down, doesn't believe he can beat me. All of those don't believe he can beat me. I don't think Sami can beat Bronson Reed tonight. I don't believe that Sami will beat Bronson Reed tonight. Gunther walking away. You know that Punk would love to work with Gunther. Okay, so is this the match that we've got now, is it? What match are we doing now? Andrade is what we're doing now. Oh, I don't know Andrade's music. So, Andrade taking on Giovanni. Is Giovanni already in the ring, is he? He is, yeah. I didn't think Giovanni would get an entrance. But Giovanni already in the ring. This was meant to be Andrade taking on Ivar. Little bit of a shame. This would have been a lot better if it was that match. But great opportunity here for Giovanni. This is just going to be a showcase for Andrade, isn't it? I've no doubt about that. Right, we have got 1 hour, 15 minutes to go. We know I think we've set up that Sami match well. I think we've set the Sami match up well because we've literally just had Gunther saying, I don't believe Sami can beat Bronson Reed. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Sami can do that as he heads towards his match with Gunther. I'd imagine he will. It's going to be an ass, though. Getting past Bronson Reed is not going to be easy. So I like the fact that we've got a little something extra for that match now. Drop kick there by Andrade as Giovanni came off the ropes. Vinci goes to the outside. William Amori, thank you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. William said, I really enjoy the content. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. No, I really, really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. I'm glad that you enjoyed the live streams. And don't forget, once we are done, we will do opinions. I will put the post up on social media. It'll be on my Twitter account. Shoulder up there by Andrade. What The Rock said tonight was, I'm going to make you. They did not give a good shot to actually read what he said. Almost looks like bleed, says BBB Yipsy. Yeah, it was reported by Timothy. I mean, I don't know if it's doing the rounds online, but Timothy said that he went back and looked at it, and to him, it looked like he said, I'm going to make you bleed tonight, or tonight I will make you bleed. So something along those lines is where I am for an actual answer at the moment. That's where I am with an actual answer. And that would fit with the whole Cody said he promised something that he can't deliver. That would also suggest The Rock attacking Cody at some point in the third hour, which will be a talking point. That will be a huge talking point. If The Rock attacks Cody, that would be huge. So, yeah, I am interested to see where that's going to go. I feel like we will get an answer to that. I don't think that's something that will go all the way to WrestleMania. I think that's just a little thread that they've put in this show. I mean, like, it's no doubt whatsoever. They've looked at this crowd. They've looked at the fact it's Chicago. They know it's a red hot crowd. Do you know what as well? They know they have to deliver a good show. If you was to deliver a so-so show, this is not a crowd that you're going to get away with delivering a so-so show with. This is a crowd that will make their feelings known. This is a crowd that demands a good show, deserves a good show. It's a passionate crowd, a vocal crowd. And they've delivered it, man. They've delivered it up until this point. We've got 1 hour, 10 minutes to go. And I've got no qualms with saying this for me is Raw of the Year so far. So far. This is Raw of the Year, and that segment is probably my favorite segment. It's hard to think about how it weighs up to some of the other amazing moments that we've had. Obviously, we've been blessed with some big moments this year, and we're still only in March. But that CM Punk Drew moment, the back and forth, the kill shots, amazing. So, William, really appreciate it, my friends. I can't lie, I still can't get over that we are back in my era, says Alexable. Eric said Drew talking to Heyman would fit with the bleed comment. That's true. Nathan said, I think WrestleMania 40 has been a fantastic build. I think we will talk about it for years after. David said, probably took Robert the Bruce's line, you bled with Wallace, now bleed with me. Danny thinks this is an 8.69. Trent said Rock is going to run Cody over Rikishi style. El Idolo may be the best physique in the biz. Dork Knight said we have massive links through William. We have a statue of Abraham Lincoln in Manchester, as Manchester had an economic disaster on the back of the lack of cotton from the US. Huh? Is that true? I didn't know that. TBH said, Days, if you could interview Paul Heyman, what would be the first thing that you would ask him? That's a tricky one, isn't it? Because I would want to ask him something that I really think I wouldn't know the answer to. I feel like if I was to ask him, what's the favourite era of your career? What was your favourite part of your career? I think his answer would be, what comes next? He is a guy that looks forwards. He's a guy that's always moving forward, working forward. And I think if you used to say, what's the favourite part of your career? I really think he would say, whatever I do next. So it's difficult because there are things that you could ask, but I definitely need it to be something I'd be like, oh, I don't know how he would answer that. It might be something along the lines of like, what do you look for in a young talent? What do you look for in a young talent? But then I can't see him giving me an answer that I don't already know. Because he surely looks for, he might say teachability. He might say the look. You always start with the look. He might say charisma or aura. Don't know if he was to give me any of those answers. I don't know that that's. If I've only got one question, I definitely want it to be something that I don't know the answer to, or wouldn't be able to get the answer to it. I know his thoughts on where ECW went wrong. Back elbow there by Andrade. Boom! Lovely work by Andrade. 1, 2, 3. Andrade gets the win. Andrade gets the win. I'm going to keep thinking on that. It's an interesting question. What's the one thing you think WWE needs to change? It might be that. What's the one thing WWE needs to change? Because I don't know his answer to that. Unless he says we need more Roman. You know? If he says something like we need more Roman, then I'll be like, oh, I didn't want that answer. We got Dominic and Rhea backstage. They're just walking down a corridor. Vote for that last match. Lucas said a wrestler in his career he never got to advocate for but would have loved to. That's a good one. That's a good one. Who do you wish that you could have been the advocate for? The matches may have not been good, but they have built stories, said Tom. The Prime that Prime sponsorship. Oh, right. That's the one thing they need to change. Who's the best in-ring wrestler you've seen? I think he would just say Roman. See, the problem you've got with Heyman is he's always working. I think that he will always think about the here and the now and what he's trying to promote. He's a promoter. At heart, is a promoter. So I really think that he's going to give you answers based on the current story, based on who he's currently advocating for. I don't know that he's ever going to just give you, like, the answer you're really looking for, you know? Yeah, but I like the who would you advocate for, because even if he says, even if he says, maybe one day Solo when he's ready to take over, I still feel like that's a noteworthy answer, I still feel like that's a noteworthy answer. Even if he wants to keep it current and he says, well, when the time comes for Solo to take the reins, then, that will be the person that I would like to work with. That would still be an answer, an interesting answer, but that's not the answer we want, is it? What we do want is we want him to give us a name from the past, Yeah, it's a tricky way. It'd be a tricky one to interview. You really have to be ready for a Paul Heyman interview. You can't just ask him questions willy-nilly and phone it in. Maybe you could get away with doing that with, say, a Tiffany Stratton. Or you could get away with doing that with a few other people. But with a Paul Heyman, you've got to be on it, man. You've really got to think about the answers he might give before you've even asked the question. I'm going to try and be a good boy this year and hope I get a stink face from Mommy, said K-Dub. Jim said, instead of asking what WWE needs to change, ask him what does wrestling need to change. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Because if you ask about WWE, he could say, we need more Roman Reigns. The tribal chief should be acknowledged more or something like that. But if you say about wrestling in general, that is a wider net. That's interesting. What's the one thing you think wrestling needs to change in 2024? That's it. Yeah, I really like that question. I really like that because I genuinely don't know how he answers it. I genuinely don't know how he answers it. Ask him what The Rock whispered, and wrong answers only, said Pouch Cat. Well, we're hoping that we get an answer on that. Danny said, I would ask him what The Rock said to Cody. Well, I think you get an answer on that tonight. I'm hoping you get an answer on that tonight. Maybe you could ask what's the one person that didn't have the best career, but if you was under your wing, you think would have strived. I don't think he answers that because I don't think he'll want to disrespect anyone. Because if he says such and such, he's kind of saying they didn't have a good career, isn't he? And I don't think he would want to disrespect them. He's always working, so he'll disrespect someone if there's money to be made from it. He could say Cody. Cody's had a fantastic career, won Royal Rumble twice, but he failed at WrestleMania and he'll fail again this year. If he was under my tutelage, I'm sure we could take that extra step. He might end up saying something along those lines. Because I think he's always working. He's always looking to see how can I draw money from my answers. He's a fox. He's a sly fox. Right. We are back. Rock said, sometimes when I'm at home, I do sing your song. Very good. Wrestling needs more selling and less gymnastics, says Eric. Right. I would ask Heyman if he had managed to keep ECW in the same number 3 spot, who would be on the roster? That'd be fun. I would ask him what he would have done as Kane's manager. This is my brutality! Right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so Rhea Ripley is making her way out. It's time for Mommy. So this is how we're going from hour 2 into hour 3. And it makes sense. I know that it's a little bit forgotten about, but Mommy and Becky is a massive match at WrestleMania. I forgot about it. I was like, well, I don't know how we get from hour 2. We've done Drew. We've done Seth. We've done, of course, Rhea Ripley. Melted the internet over the weekend. So she's making her way down. This is my brutality! Okay, so 95% good rating for Andrade Giovanni. None of the matches can just punch above that good rating, can they? We've had 4 matches tonight, and all 4 have got a good rating. Right. Time for Rippers. Time for Rhea Ripley. I thought the first match was great, says I am your father. Right, let's see what Rhea Ripley's got to say. Dom? Dom? I don't feel like I'm getting enough attention. I feel like a certain someone isn't giving me enough attention. Wow. I decided to be respectful. Don't you think Becky should be giving me full attention? Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. That's exactly what he thinks. Crowd are getting ready to boo Dirty Dom. Mommy's saying, go on, tell them. Becky. Oh. Just as Dirty Dom says Becky, out she steps. Here comes the man. Big time. Big time. Big time. Big time, Becky. So Dirty Dom says the word Becky and out she steps. I wonder if that works just as he's going about his normal life. If he's got like them mad Beetlejuice powers. The man is in the ring. I've quoted you in a tweet that shows captions with what The Rock says. You've quoted me in a tweet. Tonight I'm going to make you bleed. Thank you. Yes, that was reported first, I saw, by Timothy. That is definitely what I am believing he said. Here's the man. Ladies and gentlemen, the man, Becky Lynch. Crowd are chanting Becky. Becky, 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 Becky. So she says, look at me coming out here, confronting you whilst you're fresh as a daisy. I could never do that to you. Come out here after you've just wrestled. That's what Rhea did to Becky. Why would I want to compete before the biggest match of my career? I'm not trying to get these people's... Yeah, you are, you liar. You got your buttocks out? What was that for? Lols. She mentions it. She calls us freaks. Yeah! It's just that easy for me. Guys, are we freaks? Yeah, we are. We are. Listen to yourself. Becky is taller than Seth when he's not in heels, says Al. You post your ass on the internet for attention? Becky says she busts her ass, whereas Rhea posts hers. The long game in this business is about skill and merit. You're in the muck when the chips are down. You've not experienced that yet. At WrestleMania, the man will give you a new experience. You're a survivor, Becky? You're a cockroach. Rhea calls Becky a cockroach. God. CM Punk makes this look so easy, doesn't he? He makes this look so easy. Sit next to your daughter, Rue. She probably will. I want you to listen to your daughter call me mommy. That was a good line. That was a good line. That is your one pass. You think that's a fun line? My dad never got to meet my daughter. That might be a joke to you, but it's not a joke to me. Do you reckon Rhea's like, oh my god, I just made Becky cry? Oh, Jesus Christ, am I getting fired? Oh my god. Everyone in the room's gone, whoa. All of a sudden, I do like the fact Dom's there still, like. I don't know if that just hit a nerve or what that was, but. This might be heartless, but in that moment where Becky is getting upset saying my dad never saw my daughter, I promise you I would have said, I don't care. I think that was a moment to get nuclear heat. I think that was a moment for this thing to just go next level. Instead, it actually came across as a bit awkward. It sort of felt a little bit like Rhea had gone too far and Becky was starting to get emotional. I think Rhea needed to stand her ground there. Because I was really worried for a second that Rhea was going to be like, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean that. Jeez, I didn't know you was going to get upset. We're only playing around here, Becky. It just for a moment, it felt a bit awkward. So I think if Rhea had just leant in and said, a bit like how Christian kind of really lays it in. Could you imagine Becky getting upset saying, my dad, he never met my daughter? Imagine if Rhea in that moment went, I don't care. Oh, cold, mate. Cold. Maybe too cold for some. Maybe too cold for some. But we got a brawl right now. Becky almost crying. She channeled her inner Liv Morgan. Another big talking point, though. I feel like even that segment is a segment that you could spend ages breaking down, you know? Becky is gonna kick both their ass. I would definitely go that far, said James. Yeah. Yeah, but you wouldn't even be bothered. You wouldn't even think about it. You'd just do it. I'd be there going, should I? Shouldn't I? Should I? Shouldn't I? Hey, look, there was Chad. He was talking to Maxine. Here's Sami. Tonight's not about Gunther. You've got Bronson Reed in front of you. You need to focus on the task at hand. You're right. I appreciate you saying that. And he puts his hand out. Chad shakes his hand. Okay. Okay. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? They're on good terms. Here's Big Bronson Reed. Oh, God. Wow. It shows how much passion they have for the business. We just don't want it every week, said Alan. Dom had a resting face. Yeah. I honestly... That segment was fascinating. I did not expect, you know, that bit where she said, like, your daughter will call me mommy. Like, my daughter never met my dad sort of came out of nowhere. Like that just came out of nowhere. That might be a fun line to you, but my daughter never met my dad. Okay. We never spoke about your dad. I said, your daughter will call me mommy. Like, Becky seemed to kind of go somewhere the conversation wasn't. And I think Rhea had to, I don't know, I can't tell if it did go a little off track. I really can't tell if it took it took such a weird turn that I don't know if we were meant to take that turn or not. I mean, Becky getting in the ring and getting all emotional. It's really interesting, that line. Really interesting. Becky was channeling her inner Liv. It was a pretty solid promo exchange, said A. Jobson. Really good show tonight, said Al. I agree. Raven said, I don't know if I'd bring kids into the promos. I think everything's fair game. I don't know if I've upset people saying that in the past, but there was a whole talking point actually in UFC where Colby Covington had a fight with Leon Edwards, and he brought up Leon's passed away father, and a lot of people said that was too far. But I think for me, I think that if you're going to go into a fight with someone and you're going to fight, yes, it would be nice if everyone was just civil and it's, you know, may the best man win. But there are people in the sport that will look to get psychological advantages. Heels, right? Heels are looking for psychological advantages. They are looking to push buttons. They are trying to upset their opponents before the match to throw them off their game. And that in wrestling is a massive part of wrestling, isn't it? Trying for the heel to get a psychological advantage and say something that's going to upset the babyface. That is, you know, we've seen plenty of that all throughout the show tonight. I can understand the argument that kids is too far, but I don't know where the line is for me, to be honest. I think in WWE there are lines. I really don't know about in boxing and UFC, though. I really don't know. A lot of people thought what Dylan Dennis did with Logan Paul was too far. I didn't think so. A lot of people thought what Colby did with Leon was too far. I didn't think so. I just think that it is someone trying to get a psychological advantage over their opponent, and you have got to be a champion mentally and physically to be able to overcome. And and Leon did, and Logan did. If anything, it shows that stuff doesn't work, really. Colby tried everything he could to get the advantage over Leon. He still lost. Dylan Danish tried to get everything he could to get the advantage over Logan. He still lost. But I think in those kind of real combats, I don't know, it's real. Literally, the gloves are off. So I don't know that we'll ever be able to rein that stuff in. You could rein it in. You could say that's too far. We're going to cancel the fight, But I don't see that ever happening. It creates controversy, and controversy creates cash. So I can't see that side of it ever going away. So, I don't know. In WWE, there's clearly lines. It's a PG product. You can't go too far. And I don't know. I still, if I was Rhea, would have turned around and said, I don't care. I would have looked Becky in the eyes and said, I don't care. I would, she was on the verge of getting upset anyway. If I'm a heel, I want to stick that stake right in. Right in front of me right now, you are crying your eyes out. You're a wounded animal. You're upset, you're emotional, you're sort of losing control. Because I can't imagine you wanted to come into the ring and start crying. And in that moment right there, if I can see an opportunity to stick that knife in even more, I'll do exactly that. I'll do exactly that. Because you ain't taking my championship. And that's the mentality of a heel. So I don't know, what is off the table in WWE? It's an interesting question. Even Vince got mentioned earlier. Some people might say that's too far to, put a line out there about Vince and use that on an entertainment show. There'll be people upset with that. But I can't say that's too far. I think that's one of the most... it might be the craziest line I've heard, at least this year, if not ever. For Vince to be used in that way on Raw. On Raw. You're the chosen one, but who chose you? Oh, mate, that is so cold. I wouldn't have thought for that line. I wouldn't have come up with that line. Amazing. Amazing. Right, Bronson Reed is in the ring. Trini said, WWE's different to UFC. WWE is scripted. Whatever they say before... it was said on television, if Becky and Seth didn't want that to be about their daughter, it never would have been written, said Trini. That is true, but I don't actually know how true it is all the time, because I know that some of the wrestlers do get a bit of freedom. So the stuff in WWE, Becky's reaction to that line was so strange that she honestly made me believe that she didn't know it was coming. If it turned out that Rhea said that line and it hadn't been checked backstage, and that's why Becky reacted the way she reacted with such emotion and sort of went off track, saying, oh, you think that's a good line, like you really want to just throw that in there, because there could be a bit of scope for a little bit of going outside the script. And if Rhea thinks she's got a good line that she wants to use, I don't know. I would be very interested to know if that line was cleared. Becca's reaction to it was so emotional. If she's an actress, I think she did an incredible job. If Becky knew that line was coming and that's how she reacted to it, wow, she really got me believing that caught her off guard, to be honest. I could totally believe that line caught her off guard. It is a very interesting talking point, isn't it? There's lots of different facets to explore. CM Punk is the promo king. Oh, he killed it. Before The Rock returned, I thought there was a possibility of Rhea and Becky being in the main event of Night 1, said A. Jobson. Me Not You said, Days, did Gable sign a new contract? If not, is a heel turn on Sami coming with loser leaves a stipulation? I don't think so. I don't even think is his contract coming up. I don't know. There was an article doing the rounds the other day that had contracts information on it. I don't know if I saw Gable on there. I might actually have it saved, so I might be able to find it. I might be able to find it. Yeah, I don't know. There might be a match. I don't know about loser leaves. Shot coming in there by Sami. So Bronson Reed in the ring. Sami going against the ropes. Looks like we're going to end with Jey Uso. Looks like Jey Uso might be how we wrap this up. He is certainly over with the crowds. Great merch, sales, and obviously the old hand thing has really got over as well. Sami over against the ropes. Wow, big chop. Sami goes to the outsides. Big chop. So Sami to the outside. Bronson jumps out the ring. And it looks like, is he going to splash to the outsides? Oh, he comes down on Sami. Sami goes over. I think we might be about to go to commercial break. Here it is. I found it. So, this is contract information. This was Mr. Sims that sent this through. Doesn't have everyone on it, and it doesn't have Gable. So, Drew 2024, sometime after WrestleMania. Becky Lynch's is up in June, and Seth's is up in June. Ricochet in the summer. Jinder in the summer. Kofi in the summer. Big E is up in December. Xavier December. Randy signed a multi-year extension through at least 2024, but there could be his time away that gets added on. Kevin Owens at the end of the year. LA Knight into 2025. Nick Khan, I mean, I'm sure he'll re-sign, but could you imagine if they lose Nick Khan? Miz 2025. Dragon Lee 2025. Gallows Anderson 2027. Rey Mysterio 2027. Undertaker 2034. Signed a 15-year deal. I wonder what that was worth. 15-year deal. So no Gable on here, unfortunately. This is all Fightful. So this is Fightful, and this was March 7th. So it's pretty up to date. It's a few weeks ago, but yeah, that's the information that they've got. So I'm not too sure about anyone else, to be honest. We can have a look at AEW for those that are interested. Matt Hardy's coming up, we know. Tony Schiavone is coming up. Shane Taylor in July. Bryan Danielson, September. Dustin Rhodes, September. So for those that wanted to know about Dustin Rhodes' situation, he's under contract till September. Jim Ross in March. Does that change anything? I mean, if they could get Dustin Rhodes for WrestleMania 41, you know, would they wait? I mean, we're past SummerSlam by that point. I mean, you're not going to do it at Survivor Series. So, really, if you was to wait for Dustin Rhodes, if you can't get him this year, does that add... That maybe adds a little more weight to the argument that Roman could retain, but not much. Not much. And then a lot of 2025s, blah, 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 blah. But that's probably an interesting one, isn't it? Dustin Rhodes. It's probably an interesting one. Right, how long have we got? 35 minutes. 35 minutes. What an episode of Raw this has been. I could see Roman's reign going on till WrestleMania 41, said Wrestle with Andy. George said Easter eggs get their origin because way back Lent, not only were you not allowed to eat meat, but you couldn't eat animal products like eggs or cheese. And an Easter egg is like a prize. So you couldn't have any dairy stuff. So once you got through Lent, like the Easter egg was the prize. That was like something people used to look forward to. It's interesting. Right, we are back underway. Big Bronson Reed taking on Sami Zayn. Do you know, this show, what it's missing, what's going to stop it being a 10 is a big feud match that we actually care about, that we've spent weeks building towards. We haven't had that. We don't have that. All of that's going to be at WrestleMania. You know, had we have built up like a big grudge match, maybe if this was number one contender, winner faces Gunther at WrestleMania, Sami against Bronson Reed in the main event, with Gunther on commentary watching, and it actually had some riding on it, that might have made a difference. Sami over the top, big clothesline, but of course we already did the gauntlet match. Zoom Station said they're at the Allstate tonight. Used to be called the Rosemont Horizon. Lots of wrestling history has taken place there. Mr. Unfamiliar. Oh, here's Gunther. Thoughts on Punk saying sorry for cussing? We aren't on Netflix yet. Crazy thing number 27. I don't know that. I mean, I don't know if he is. I don't know that he knows that, or if he's just a bit of a talking point. I don't know. Maybe there is a bit of talk backstage that they'll have a bit more freedom. That hasn't come out yet, though. But perhaps the thought is on Netflix they will enjoy a bit more freedom. Maybe that's been said to CM Punk. It'll certainly, again, you know, one of the billion talking points to come out of that segment. Sean Spears is taking on Dijak tomorrow on NXT. One of the most shocking moments was when Finn turned heel and Pele kicked Gargano in NXT, said Yasfir. This is how you do shows before WrestleMania, says Alan. Yeah, do you know, we were worried about how this was going to go. That Becky segment, certainly because of her getting upset, has definitely continued the talking points. We have quite comfortably got through to this part in the show. And, yeah, it's been amazing. Crowd have been amazing. Show's been amazing. The in-ring action, I think, needed to be a bit stronger. That is what's going to score this thing down. And maybe when Seth came out, you know, that was a bit flat. Maybe Cody at the very start of the show. You know, he doesn't have the charisma, does he, of like a CM Punk. CM Punk can go out and talk and you're just laughing and captivated. Cody comes out and you're just sort of listening. Gunther looks on as Sami charges over, but a clothesline. Crowd are on their feet as there's a scent on there. Has Sami got a little bit too distracted? Is he going to pay the price? Oh, big splash. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, Sami loses. Sami loses. Wow. That's a big win for Big Bronson Reed, and it really adds to the story. I love that result. I love that result. He said he couldn't beat him. I thought he would to show I can beat him. He doesn't beat him. Oh, God. This Raw is so good. That's a brilliant result. And I'm a Sami stan. I love Sami. But it's brilliant for the story. Ah, look at Gunther laughing his head off. Gunther laughs. And he walks away. Okay. Here's Jey. You want my dream match to be a nightmare? You're about to get work. He looks over. What's over at the side? Solo! Oh! Jimmy! Oh! No. Yeets. No. Yeet. Look at Solo staring at Jey. Oh, God. Oh, this show. This show. Everything, even when you just think all you're going to get is a Fire Jey promo to take us to the break. Solo arrives. Wow. What we doing, man? What's going on? How are we going to beat this Raw? Bronson just beat Sami. Becky's crying her eyes out. Man. Jey interrupted. Probably should have known that Solo and Jimmy was there. Didn't really think about it. But when we saw Heyman earlier, probably should have known. Right, get in your scores for Bronson and Sami. Get in your scores for that. Best Raw. Everything is just so perfect, said Fionas. All this Raw needs is Omos, said Austin. Tom said the talking points on this Raw are endless. I know, man. Stop dancing, said I know, yeah. Man, this Raw's so good, it's got me doing karate. What is going on? Oh, I've got to get ready to defend myself from more segments. So good. So good. This is what every Raw should be like. It should be like this. Should have us doing karate moves. I would love to see Roxy hit a pop rocks on Becky tomorrow night, said Al. David said The Rock purposefully got this Raw overbooked so that he can point to himself for the ratings number. Nile said Becky's dad had nothing to do with that promo. That's true, but it made it better because it has now got me questioning, was that line in the script? If that line was in the script and Becky knew that line was coming, then she did an incredible job of selling it, of like getting upset and then coming back with it. That line threw Becky off her promo. She started talking about something that wasn't connected to the rest of the promo, but it made it feel more real as a result, because, you know, you spoke about her kids and she just lost it. I mean, she just started thinking about her family and about her dad and how she wished it, you know, I mean, you can think her head was going a million miles an hour, and she's ended up coming out with something that wasn't related to what they'd been talking about, which I think it seemed to catch Rhea off guard as well, which is why I really don't know if Rhea's comment was in the script or not. If it was, amazing, because what follows really has got me questioning whether that part of it was scripted or not. I really don't know if backstage Rhea's not, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that me saying that line was going to result in you getting upset. Like, I just thought it was a good line. I knew it would get a reaction. Like, that could totally be happening. That could totally be happening. I'm so sorry. With Becky going, don't you dare mention my daughter again out there. We never agreed to that beforehand. Like, that could so be going on right now. And I just don't know if it is or if it isn't. I don't know. I don't know if there's not a little bit of heat actually there. I think they should play on that there is a bit of heat, right? I think they should definitely use that because it's going to make that feud even juicier. But yeah, I think the fact that it just didn't quite fit made it better. Made it better. Because now I just don't know if it was real or not. Rather than it being scripted and it being you say this, I'll say that. They're showing us Dominic and Becky. Becky punches Dominic. So we're seeing a replay. And Dominic went down. There is a CGI book, not your average girl. Right, let's end this poll because we know that we've got Jey coming up. We got 25 minutes to go. Right, 52, 37, 7, 1%. Oh, 99% good for that Bronson Sami match. 99% good. Hey, we're backstage with Sami. Who's in the background? Who's in the background? Jey. Who's in the background? Who's talking in the background? Who is it? Dominic. Oh, Dominic and Andrade. Dominic and Andrade. I had to get up. Dominic and Andrade in the background. You're one of the best. You can do it, Rocky. You can do it. You're one of the best. If it's a different approach that you want to talk about, then we can talk. So it looks like Chad is going to train Sami to beat Gunther. That's a weird turn, isn't it? Look at that LA Knight guy, yeah! You see that guy? There's a dude dressed like LA Knight. Yeah! Oh, don't forget as well, The Rock has said that he's going to make Cody bleed, we think, so... Oh, God. Oh, my God. Every video that I do is going to be 3 times longer than normal. Unseen's going to be, like, 2 years long. Opinion videos tomorrow are going to be 2 years long. My review after this is just... It's mental, innit? It's mental. It's too good. It's too much to talk about, isn't there, really? This Raw's becoming bad because it's too good. Now, here's Seth talking to Jey. LA Knight in the arena just walking around. Was it actually LA Knight or just someone dressed as LA Knight? Right, here comes Jey. Yeah, amazing. Absolutely amazing scenes. Okay, so Jey is making his way out. I'm just searching for LA Knight to see... Oh, no, it's not. Yeah! I only got a glimpse of him, but it was a really, really good cosplayer. Yeah! Let's go. Are they booing Jey? Nah. Yeets! I don't think they're booing him, are they? Did you see Drew talk to Paul? Yes. Has anyone checked on Tony Khan tonight? Said Distracted Spectrum. Fiona said Seth expressions was not right. Little JB said Unseen's going to be 2 nights long like WrestleMania. Did you see Seth's reaction? Well, I don't quite understand the reaction, to be honest. I don't quite know what he was trying to convey. I've got I mean, he's... Have a look. He fired him up, and then he walked away. And then I don't know quite what he was trying to convey. To be honest, I'm looking to see if anyone's got an image of that look, but no one does. No one does. Well, let's see. Let's see. Let's see what goes down. I watched the new Roadhouse. McGregor is good, said K-Dub. Coach me, Chad. I will give you your first title shot if I win. Right, Seth could provide a major swerve. He really could, you know. He really could. He plays a good bad guy, said K-Dub. Don't yeet on yourself, says Eric. A. Jobson said, I think Sami challenges Bronson next week, putting his Gunther match on the line and wins. With all due respect, why the hell is Shinsuke in the main event? That's good. That's a good point, actually. Why is he in the main event? Omos for champion, said Austin. Oh, and many congratulations to Austin as well, whilst I remember. Obviously, some of you might have seen on the community tab that we did a poll asking about who should go in for March, and Austin 316 absolutely stormed it. Absolutely stormed it. There was no doubt whatsoever as to who the community wants to put in for the Hall of Fame for March. So many congratulations to Austin 316. He is officially the Hall of Fame inductee for March. I have said, can you send me a picture of yourself so we can put it up here? And he said, yes, I would love to do that. I think it is time for me to do a face reveal, so I am very excited. We'll have to see what he sends through. But face reveal is rumoured to be on the way. So yeah, big thank you to everyone that's voted on that. We have got 18 minutes left to go. Austin said it is going to be a face reveal. You guys deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. I hope it's a picture of Omos. How do we not know that Austin 316 isn't actually Omos? Did you think about that? Did you think about that? Right. I would love to see Austin 316's real face, said no one. I mean, Johnny. Right, here's Shinsuke. Who should induct Paul Heyman? I have got a hot take on it. And it's the correct answer as well. I think it should be Nick Khan. Or maybe even more than that, Ari Emanuel. Do you know why? Because I think that Paul Heyman is a businessman. He's someone that ran a promotion. He's been head writer for SmackDown. He's not a wrestler. He's not one of the boys. He's someone that helps, you know, advise Roman. I mean, he told him how they should do the whole bloodline thing. They listened to his ideas. He is a very, very influential voice backstage with storylines, creative. He isn't just one of the lads, you know, it's not that you get Stone Cold to put him in. I think that you need someone in a position of power, someone that's got a lot of respect. I think that's who should put him in. Ideally, it would have been Vince. Vince would have been the person. You know, Vince is a promoter, and promoter to promoter, I'm going to put you in. But obviously, we can't have Vince. So, is the next best thing to have the person that's now in Vince's position? Nick Khan. Is that the next best thing? you know, the CEO, the president of WWE, that's who inducted Paul Heyman. That is a big gesture. And I think that's a gesture he would really appreciate. I think he'd really appreciate that. It's the position of that person. Someone like Ari Emanuel, with his power, his influence, he's going to take time out of his day to put Paul Heyman into the Hall of Fame. That's huge. That's massive. That's bigger than Bubba Ray Dudley doing it, right? Or, I don't know, Tommy Dreamer doing it. Like, for me, you could get one of those if they wanted to, you know, and Paul wanted it. At the end of the day, it's going to be Paul's choice. But if I was to throw a name out there, I would want the highest up person I could get in WWE. I think Paul deserves that honor. He deserves the highest person up the ladder, putting him in. Because I still view him as a promoter for ECW. He is the ECW. He created and ran ECW. He isn't one of the boys. Not the boys ain't done that. They haven't gone away and started their own promotion like that, you know? He started it, got it funded, did all of that kind of stuff, and I think promoter to promoter, he deserves that recognition. So I'm looking at, like, that would be my starting point. That's what I would go to him with. And, you know, then he can obviously come back and go, yes or no. He might come back and go, I'd rather it be such and such, or I'd rather it be such and such. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he would want, say, Brock. And you might have to say, I'm sorry, but whilst the trial thing's going on, it can't be. It can't be. They spent a lot of time together, but that's just a chapter in Paul Heyman's story. That's it, the whole Brock stuff. It's a big chapter, but I don't know. Is him managing Brock a bigger chapter than ECW? Like, is it a bigger chapter than the Dangerous Alliance going all the way back when he was Paul Lee Dangerously? Like, this guy has done so much that you could go from anyone, from any part of his career. I think I'd just want to give him the ultimate respect, the biggest respect I could, which is to put him in with the name at the very top of the ladder. Who's the biggest, highest up name that I can get to take time out of their day to officially induct him into the Hall of Fame. And I think that would be nice. So that's my hot take on it. I've seen someone saying, like, no one should induct him, just let him talk. I don't like that. I don't like the message that sends. I sort of feel like he deserves... I actually think the exact opposite. He deserves the highest up person to put him in. Which ideally would have been Vince. Vince would have been the correct answer, I think. But do you know Vince is trending? Who chose you? What was his name? CM Punk has been waiting for Vince McMahon's downfall like nobody else. Vince sat at home watching as CM Punk takes shots at him in Punk's hometown in front of a sold-out crowd. Right now, social media is talking about that moment. What a segment! Punk referenced AJ Lee, Vince McMahon, The Rock. He cooked everyone. He built up Drew Punk, Seth Punk, announced he'll be on commentary at WrestleMania. It's a segment of the year, contender. Yes, and yes. Everyone's going to be excited to see what Jim Cornette says in response to the fact that CM Punk listens to The Experience and the drive-thru. What a segment, man. What a segment. Right. CM Punk predicted it, said Mr. Quake. Do you think we'll get more Hall of Fame announcements? Well, the only one that I think would be... we didn't get... is it... I can't remember her name. Leah? Maivia? The Rock's grandmother. I don't know much about her, but we know that she... when the High Chief passed away, she took over the booking for that territory, and she was one of the first women promoters as a result. And there was word that she was going to go in. But I have not seen that announced. And then, of course, everyone wants Bray. But the streets are saying that Bray won't go in because Bray's got the documentary this year. So if there is anyone else to go in, those are the names that we would be looking at. Nice Inzaguri kick there by Jey. Going over against the ropes. He collides into the corner. Shinsuke in the middle of the ring. He comes over. Kick coming into the back as he rolls through. Lovely sliding German vintage. A. Jobson said Rob Van Dam should induct Heyman. Dreamer was last man standing. Jey is doing pretty good in the ring. He's doing well. Main event Jey Uso, and here he is in that main event. AJ Lee is trending. It's amazing, isn't it? People saying 24 hours unseen incoming. Right. Jey down. Shinsuke down. Here comes Jimmy and Solo. Jimmy and Solo. Now, here comes Seth and Cody. Seth and Cody have come down. Seth and Cody. Cody brawling with Jimmy. We need to keep an eye on this. They go backstage. Solo into the ring post. Clothesline there by Seth. Drew grabs Seth. Drew hurls Seth into the ring post. Future Shock DDT. Future Shock DDT. CM Punk chants. Now Shinsuke grabs Jey. Jey lands on his feet. Super kick by Jey. Gets the ropes. Over the other side. Spear. Spear by Jey. 1, 2, 3. Jey wins. Jey wins early. Jey wins early, mates. Wow. Jey wins early. Right, now where's Cody? And is he bleeding? And has The Rock beaten him up backstage? That's what we need to know. That's what we need to know. We've still got 7 minutes. Man, this thing, you know this thing is twisting and it's turning. Jey's in the ring. If you are watching and you've not hit the like, it's greatly appreciated as we're heading towards the final part of this show. We're backstage. Jimmy, Cody, brawling. Backstage, Jimmy hurls into a door. Solo! Oh! Solo goes face first into a table. And again. Oh, here's The Rock! Here's The Rock! Cody gets slammed into the table. Look at you now. The Rock has got Cody. Into the trash can goes Cody. And the trash can is hurled at Cody. He's got Cody. Rock hurls him. Oh, man. Oh, this is so good. And now he empties out a toolbox. Look at you now. We've got caution tape all over the doors. I don't know why. Into the railings goes Cody. Rock grabbing a trash can. Smashing it over the head of Cody. Cody over by the doors. Goes outside. We're right by his... Chicago upset. The Rock didn't say anything. Oh, man. I don't know what he just said, but we had to bleep it. I don't know what we just said, but it got bleeped. It's raining outside. Look at Cody, man, rolling around in the rain outside. Shot coming in there by The Rock. Out in the rain. Look at his clothes, absolutely drenched. The visuals here are absolutely stunning. They're brilliant. What is that? What's down there? He grabs him, throws him into the side of his bus. Man, this is so good. Look at your hero. Mama Rhodes. The Rock has got a special gift for you. Into the side of the coach goes Cody. He grabs his arm. Cody just in the rain, drenched, getting beaten up on his hands and knees. Here's what happens. Oh, into the side of the coach. You want to know? At the end of the day, all you Cody crybabies, it didn't have to be like this. He stuck his nose in The Rock's business. Ah, he's bleeding. Look at you. Blood. Look at you. The prophecy has come true. Look at him, Mama Rhodes. Oh, God, it's so good. Attitude Era. Ah, oh, there's the Mama Rhodes belt. There's the Mama Rhodes belt. Wow. So he's got the weight belt, but it's got the Brahma Bull, and it's got Mama Rhodes written on it, and he wipes it all over the belt. There it is. God, The Rock, man. What a segment this is. This might be the best segment of the year. Oh my God. The Mama Rhodes belt. Oh my God. Your daddy talked about hard times. But you're gonna know about hard times? Wow. What a Raw. What a Raw. When you, with the final boss. Wow. Wow. I can only say wow. I'm watching cinema, said Fiona's. Look at your son, Mama Rhodes. It didn't have to be this way. Oh my God. Wow. If you dared give 10 out of 10 to any Raw previous to this one, I don't know what you do now. What do you do now? What are you going to do now? This is why we're always around 6s and 7s, because this kind of a Raw exists. This kind of a Raw is out there. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. 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 I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start. Speechless, said it's only Liam. Yeah, put in your scores. The poll is already up. You can go over to the other channel, Wrestling Days Clips, and you can already vote over there. It's been so long since I've seen a Raw of that quality that I'm really starting to wonder where it ranks on the all-time list. Raw of the year is it's not even in doubt. There is no one that can provide an argument for there being a better Raw this year. So it's not even in doubt, but I'm now starting to go back and think, like, how does that compare to last year? How does that compare to the year before? How does that compare to any Raw that we've ever done a watch-along for? That might be the greatest Raw we've ever done a watch-along for. And I'm really not someone that gets carried away. I'm really not someone that gets carried away. I'm really not someone that, like, just gets overexcited because they've seen something good. I mean, Becky getting upset. The Rock interrupting when we didn't know. An amazing final segment there. Sami losing that match. Jey in the main event. And that's not even to get to what might be the segment of the year, which would be the whole CM Punk Drew and all of that situation. Even the Candice match, where she gets injured and she's telling Indy to interfere. Even that's going to have repercussion. Indy not wanting to do that. Even something like that. Even something like that is a talking point and is going to continue that story. This is wow, isn't it? Todd Knight said, I'd say it's the best Raw since the good old days when we did get stuff like this week in, week out. This is what wrestling is all about, said Brian. Jamie said 9.3. Jacob said 9.5. I've been here since 2019, and I think this is the best Raw that we've seen, honestly. Brilliant. Hunter, it was so good, said Fionas. This may well be the very best Raw in the modern era, said Sky Daddy Luke. What did The Rock say? Well, he never actually revealed it, but the belief was that he said, by the end of tonight, I will make you bleed. That's what was reported earlier. That's what I have leaned towards. And we did hear Cody say he said something he can't deliver. Like, he made a promise he can't deliver. And Rock did say the prophecy has come true. So I'm with that. I think that is what he said. This could be the best Raw in the modern era, said Sky Daddy Luke. We don't just need an unseen video. We also need a seen video. We need every video. I know. The fallout of this is going to be incredible. I mean, everyone's going to have their thoughts, their theories. Everyone's going to talk about this. Everyone's going to break this down, as of course they should. I can't see how anyone can say this was a bad Raw. I can understand people saying don't get carried away. I could understand people saying Cody was a bit flat at the start. The Becky moment didn't make that much sense because she kind of got upset about something Rhea didn't even say. Rhea didn't talk about Becky's dads, so why did she do that? and, you know, maybe saying about how the CM Punk segment was good, but then it went a bit flat when Seth came out. Like, it's one of those where if you really want to be down on the show, I think you can find things to be down on. I don't think any of the matches got to... I think that we've got a bit of a problem with the poll as well, because I don't think people know what we're voting on the poll. Let's do the poll again, shall we? So, what did you think of the match? You're voting for the match, not the show. That's why it said match score. So, let me make this clear, because people might be voting thinking that it is the show. So, Jey versus Shinsuke score. I'll put that in. So if you did vote, apologies, vote again. I think people are under the impression I'm asking about the show here. I don't do the show here. The show, you have to go to the second channel to vote on that. We'll quickly ask that question again, and then we are going to run away so I can do the initial review. I'll read a few more. TJ said, as much as I loved it, and I am a big Rock fan, he is in my top 2 favourites in the Attitude Era. Saving the 10 for a Raw with Bo's return, said TJ. That wouldn't stop me, to be honest. I mean, I don't think the only 10 you could give out would be the one that Bo's on, you know? I think that that could warrant a 10 if the rest of the show is strong, but that's not the only way to get a 10. So for me, I wouldn't give this show a 10 because I think there are moments that I can pick if I want to nitpick. There are moments that I can go, I'd tweak this, I'd change that. I mean, I don't know that any show in the history of wrestling has ever got a 10. I don't know. I really don't know. But this is as close as I think we've been since we've been streaming. I mean, this is... I mean, I really am thinking like 9. I'm about a 9 for this show. The stuff that I've got issue with is very small. I wish there was a banging match in there, to be honest. I wish there was a match that really delivered, really edge of the seat. But I thought Sami Bronson was not bad in places, was good. And then the result I thought was perfect. Jey and Shinsuke didn't get loads of time to cook. That was really just about his entrance and Jimmy and the outside interference more than anything else. Andrade didn't really get loads of time either. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll see. We'll see what people say. But I think, you know, we needed the matches to be a bit better if we were to get to that 10. So for me, I'm probably around that 9. But oh my God. Wow. When do I ever go above an 8? I just don't. This is special. This is special. I'd like to think we could do this again next week. I don't know that we can. This was pretty special. I think if there was a banging match like we're all talking about, then we would be at 10, said Alan. Austin said 9 is the highest that I would go, but I'm a minimum 8.5. Yeah, I don't think that's unfair. Even 8.5 puts this as one of the highest Raws we've ever seen. We're a very, I like to think we're a very level-headed community in the sense of, yeah, you've got people that love everything, that give 10 out of 10 every single week, right? But I think by and large, a lot of us tend to be around that 6.75, 7.25. If something's really good, we're heading to 7.5, 7.75. It's very rare for us to get into 8s. So for us to be freaking out going, I think this might be a 9. I mean, it really shows the quality of the show. So I've loved it. Right, we have had 200 votes. And as we said, we made it clear this isn't the show. This was the match. You voted for the match. It's come out as 51%. That feels a bit more in line with... I could tell that it wasn't quite right. I could tell that main event was not an all-time main event. If you want to vote for the show, go to Wrestling Days Clips. Go over there and click on the community tab. And then that is where you can vote for the show. So that came out as 96% goods. Okay, right. I'm going to run away now. Big thank you to everyone that joined us. I really hope you enjoyed this. I hope this show gets the rating that it deserves. You know, I know The Rock wasn't advertised, so would that hurt things? Not sure. CM Punk was advertised, though. So, as I said, I hope this gets the rating it deserves. And it deserves like 1 billion. It deserves 1 billion people to have watched this. So if it comes out as like a 2, it won't even be a 2, will it? It deserves to be a 2. That's better than SmackDown's. That deserves to be a 2.5. But it may come out as a 1.8, something like that, you know? Which will still be good, in all fairness. Raws have been like 1.6, 1.7. So if it comes out 1.8, you got to take that. But it deserves to be a 2.5. I mean, that is better than what we get on SmackDowns. So, God, so good. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I'm going to quickly run away and do my initial review, initial reaction. Then I will put up the post for the your feedback. And, of course, I will be working on Unseen. But Unseen is going to be quite delayed. It's going to take hours to go through this, so check out Unseen as and when you get chance. It will go up, but it might be that you catch it in the morning. Right, thanks for watching. Appreciate the support as always, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.